Hey Brush Brigands, welcome to another painting session. Oh my god, we're back. I couldn't wait. It's been so long. I mean, it's been a couple of days. I think I skipped on maybe 2 streams, but well, it's hello there, Lazar coming in. Oh man, it was just a crazy week, and I am so happy that I'm able to stream again for you. And today we are going to have another one of my favorite painting sessions here, as we are painting some beautiful flesh tones here. Today we have this figure here, which I decided to paint to make a drow. So he's got the pointy ears there. I want to work on gray skin today. So I'm actually, while I wait for people to come in, today we are putting out the paints as we go. I mean, on the stream, because I just couldn't wait to get started, and so I'm just gonna do it right now because it's like it takes a while to get all the paints out. But I did replenish a few, so it might be a little better now. We got our titanium white. And then we have our lemon yellow pale, which I still have to print the labels for some of the... I hope this noise is not too loud of me shaking the thing. I'm shaking it pretty far from the microphone. Hopefully it is not too loud. But yeah, we've got our lemon yellow pale, which has been a pretty nice color to work with. Let me see if I can get any more lights up here on the palette. Oh, look who is in! Heresy Killer and True Sausage, the truest of sausages. Hey, welcome in, you guys. Heresy Killer, I'm so sorry I missed you the end of your stream there. I was just getting ready as quick as I could, but right before going on live, I did see that you had posted your thing on Instagram, and I was like, ah, oh, just missed him. But it is great for you to come in. And True Sausage, I hope you are great. We've been chatting a little bit over at, was it Avocado Kids' stream the other day? I tried to go say hi to a few people when I was not streaming earlier this week. So I might have met a couple of you guys, even if I wasn't able to stream. It's been some shenanigans. I have been pretty busy at work. I hope you guys have been good. Let me know if you have been working on anything new, or if you've been doing anything fun. I know Heresy Killer was just on stream before, working on a beautiful, what's that, an elf librarian, was it? Yeah, True Sausage, I thought so. You're a mod there, if I'm not mistaken. No problem, Heresy Killer. Yeah, I can bet, because that's becoming pretty late at night for you, I guess. What time is it right now? Oh, there you go. You posted your Instagram there. It was looking really good. I really liked what you did with the green color in the hair. It's very nice and original. Oh, it's 10:15. Nice, nice. So I'm putting down a few colors. Sorry, I just couldn't wait to get online. I said I thought I'm just gonna put down my paints while I'm chatting with people. So this cadmium red, I think I've made this when I still was using the other thinner. So it has kind of like dried a little bit. It used to be a lot more liquidy, and I might have to make a little bit more. Let me see if I can get, yeah, I think it's drying a bit. Well, now I have a better thinner. That shouldn't happen anymore. Let me see if I can get a little bit of this red out. Oh yeah, Heresy Killer, you were working with a color scheme there, I know. Well, it was looking really nice. I liked it a lot. So we got just putting down a few colors. Actually, I have bought a new color the other day, a new paint. It's where's the whoop. So there's a it's called a monochrome tint. Cool. And this is a Japanese brand, but basically I noticed that they have a quick drying, like a one day dry color. So I decided to try this. It weighs as much as a stone. I don't know what's in it, but I don't know. I tried it a little bit on a few retouches that I was doing the other day, and it seemed to work fine. So we're gonna try to use a little bit of that too. True Sausage has been working on some Reaper minis. Ooh, no, Heresy Killer has a whole bunch of Reaper minis as well. A couple of pieces of terrain. Oh, nice, True Sausage. Well, be sure to let us know if you do post them, because I would love to see what you have been doing with the oils. And also, any thoughts about that oil set you got? Because I think you got an oil set, right? We were talking about it over at Avocados. You got the big one. It had maybe like, I don't know, 20 something paints or 15 in it. Oh, thank you, Heresy Killer. Thank you so much. I love your... Yeah, you did a really good job with that emote, actually. Ship bulk pack. Well, the important thing is that it's usable. As we put down a few more paints. Oh, Lunatone, welcome in. Rakdos, Lord of the Riots from Magic the Gathering. Ooh. Oh, that's great. That's great. Is it work in progress? Graton Reaper. Hehe. Nice, nice. I actually painted a few Reaper minis, I think, when I was getting started. And we found there somewhere. I forgot where, but I remember watching like 15 tutorials, and then I painted this Ice Devil that way back when I was still trying to, you know, figure out how to paint stuff. I was watching a lot of tutorial, and then in the end I painted this Ice Devil, and it looked like okay, but at the time, you know, it was like, oh my god, I painted a mini and it doesn't look like crap. It's amazing. True Sausage. It's I think it's all good learning though. I think it's all good learning. I was actually just talking with Mr. Wapple over at his stream before. I think I'm starting to find out that the Holbeins here might be just a little bit more shiny than other oil brands. I actually think for the Crimson here, I need to put the tube in. So I actually want to try to get a few more paints from other brands like Winsor & Newton, because there is one shop here in Japan that sells them. So yeah. Work in progress. Oh, that's nice, Lunatone. That's nice. I mean, if you have a progress picture, feel free to post it. Of course, no pressure. But if you have it in Instagram already, I know a lot of people post the whips, the work in progress. I'm not one of those people, but I know a lot of people do. And is there a miniature make that is based in Japan? Oh, Harris. Whoa. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought we were having a an earthquake, but it might just have been the train. M. Tellies, welcome in. How are you doing? Heresy Killer, I believe there is. I actually, so there is this shop in Tokyo that it's basically the only shop that carries the oh, what is it they called? The Vallejo paints, right? And they have a whole bunch of miniatures there. And they have these made in Kyoto miniatures, which I can actually show you one because I got a small version for free when I went there and bought a bunch of miniatures. So I actually want to paint this on stream one time. this thing. It says, whoa, yeah. Wait for a second here. Just give me a second. There you go. See how it says Japan there? And it's like a, where am I here with the focus? It's like a tiny little dragon. The miniature is supposed to be a little bigger. I'm getting a lot of trains today. But they gave me like the small version for free, and it's really beautiful. I think, you know who paints these things? The Craft World Studio guys. They have painted for the guys of the shop that carries the Vallejo colors. I think they paint a few of these Japanese models here. So yeah. All right, Lunatone, that's great. That's great. So if you get to post them, feel free to send a link in there. Yeah, true sausage. That's great. I'm sure too that there are a bunch of colors in there that maybe you don't have, like I don't know, Terra Rosa and stuff like that. So, or indigo, or maybe the cadmium. So it'd be great to like you start expanding your color schemes while you just use them and get used to them. You will definitely learn, you know, what to look into oils from having the cheaper ones. Oh, Landrest is coming in. Welcome in, Landrest. How are you doing? Yeah, True Sausage, the mini, really cool stuff they have. I gotta look into that. I'm not sure if they're from a specific game or anything. If you guys like want to know or are interested, I could look it up. I thought I had. It's not here. That when I go to that shop, they always give me the catalog of the Vallejo paints, and it has a whole bunch of I think that brand of miniatures pictures on it. So I could look it up. But I remember I was struck because it said, "Oh, painted or made in Kyoto." I was like, "Ooh." So I just put down our crimson, our quinacridone magenta, the classics, the phthalo green and dioxazine violet, and I am going to put some ultramarine blue down, which is it's kind of like a lesser used one for me, but I want to use it to experiment with grays. So actually, let's put a little bit more because we're gonna need it for the Paris glaze. Yeah, the indigo and Terra Rosa usually are not in the basic sets, but they're not expensive. Usually they are like about at the lower level of the scale. You know how paints have different for example, they're marked like A, B, C, D, like for the price range. Black and white. They go brownish. Interesting. What kind of what's the black called? Is it ivory black or is this another black? Maybe you have like a chromatic black. Putting down our indigo right here. Putting down a whole bunch. Yeah, sure, Lunatone. Just put the if that's an Instagram link, just put it in chat. Feel free so we can all see it. All right, Heresy Killer, I'm gonna make a note. So I'm gonna let you know what kind of company that is. Japan Minis. They have really beautiful miniatures. Ivory black and titanium white. That's interesting. I do not believe ivory black and titanium white should go brownish, but you know, as long as you can get some paint on a miniature and but how about the you know, the mixing factor? Like how do they blend? The like did you get a good experience for that, True Sausage? Oh man, Heresy Killer, I have to look at the magnifier glass part. I have to see. I remember from your stream, I could see the backs of the books, which I really liked how you did the pages, which is kind of like, you know, it's like just the side of the books with the pages in them, and it sounds easy, but I think you got the color really nicely. It's like that off-white. And I will have to go back and look at that, the magnifying glass. I didn't think you would actually do it. It's pretty funny. And Lunatone has put in the link. So I'm going to take a look at that in a minute here. First, I have to teach this Ivory Black Who's Boss. We do have to add a little bit of this to it. Come on. It kind of works. Oh, yeah, you know. That's it's all lessons, right? True sausage, like the lesson we learned on my last stream. I don't know how many of you were here for the Ettercap train wreck, but that was a learning experience and that was fun. Also, I think I can save it. I'm gonna show it to you in a second here. I don't even know if I'm gonna use black, but I always want a little bit down on the palette. There you go. So in a minute too, we're gonna look at our color scheme for this guy. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Oh, let me see, Lunatone. We're getting a chill start today, but I think once the paint is up on the miniature, it's gonna go pretty quick. Ooh, look at that. Oh, that scythe, is that like almost like a lava effect? Let me see. Nice. It's coming out great. Thanks for sharing that. There you go. This okay, so last stream, it's already a highlight too, but so long story short, I have my usual one-shot primer here, which I usually airbrush it on. You see, that's this guy has been airbrushed with the primer. But for this guy, I thought, you know, I didn't have much time. I'm like, let me just brush it on with a brush. And we found out that it might be either because it was so dry here or because the one-shot primers are really not supposed to be airbrushed. The thing got super, super shiny, as you can see, and the paint was getting stripped. So we got about, like you can see, I think maybe over here on its like inner thigh there. It's hard to see, but yeah, we were just laughing the whole time at how shiny and just like the paint was not sticking to this thing. So that was an interesting learning experience. We were going back and forth, like asking other people that have the same primer, how do you use it? Does it do that for you? And all of that. So it was a lot of fun. So yeah, let me get some brushes here. And oh man, Heresy Killer, gotta go look at that. Let me see if it's still in the chat. Oh, I can't go back up the chat, but I will, of course, go and look at it. First every try. Ooh, that's nice. First lava effect. Yeah, it turned out really, really well. Nice. Oh, first oil orc. Nice. And Heresy Killer reposted the thing for me. Thank you. Let's see. Ooh, I like that orc. True sausage. That's really cool. What green did you use there? Is that the permanent green pale or something like that? Or was it more of an olive green? Oh my God, Heresy Killer, look at that. Holy crap. Oh, I think it looks great. Oh man, do you have, let me, if you can post like a close-up of just the book, it'd be great. Oh, that looks so cool, man. That's awesome. All right. All right, all right. So let me show you what I have in mind for today. Well, basically what I'm gonna do, this guy is mostly skin, right? That's actually, I guess most of you haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So this guy is actually from another Artisan Guild model, and he is supposed to be an incubus, which is like a demon with wings. But they had the wings form, and like this is sort of like his human form, even if he's got like elfic ears. So I had it printed because I love just the muscles and the skin he's got, and people like Heresy Killer know that I do love my skin tones very much. So, oh, here's a killer. You don't have to do it now, of course, but I'd love to see. Yes, 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 exactly. The male form of a succubus, which is they also have and is also really cool. Not Twitch safe, but I might find a way to paint these kind of miniatures in the future. So I thought I have really been wanting to try out gray skin and just mixing different kinds of grays. Like we got a lot of colors here, and I'll never do like a black and white gray. I'm also always gonna use different colors to just mix different types of grays, and I think we can have a lot of fun with that. I have just a very few, let me see here, baboom. Okay, I got a few images that I really liked. There's one that's from a book, this one over here. The other ones are from the artist you can see there. I really liked the different kind of colors. So I think I want to go for more, wait, which color? Whoa, that was really loud. Oh, thank you so much, Heresy Killer. Let me get the volume a little down. Well, that made me jump quite a bunch. I hope it wasn't too loud for you guys. Let me know. Thank you so much, Heresy Killer. You just shaved a couple of years off of me, but that's not your fault. Yeah, I think I wanted to go with this kind of like warmer tone for the skin, at least in the upper body, and then the lower body, maybe we can go a little like more bluish. And I also love this redness here for maybe on the base we can do a little bit of a glow effect or something like that. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to start with a pre-glazed, and we're gonna do some colder areas with a more bluish kind of gray, and then we're gonna do a more like a yellowish kind of gray for the warmer areas. And that is what we're gonna do. And then while we wait for our pre-glaze to stick, we are going to do some color picking. So, no, that's not it. There you go. All right. Oh, that was an intense sub. Well, thank you so much, Heresy Killer. That was loud. Okay, okay. So let me see. I did lower the volume a bit. I lowered it a bit more. So next time something happens, do let me know how it is. I don't know. I did the you know, the volume check thing, and it sounded pretty low, but I did use the I did test it with like the RAID thing, and the RAID thing is pretty low. So all right, let me see here. So I am gonna start from the lower part of the skin, and I wanted to try some, actually I was doing some tests with burnt umber. Let's put it like over here. Some burnt umber and some ultramarine blue. Yeah. And then I'm gonna add a little bit of indigo for staining purposes. But it's just gonna be a nice little, actually, if I give you a bit of white in there, you might see how that is a kind of like a grayish tone there. Can you guys see? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna do a bit of that, actually a bit more bluish. I like that. Ooh, we don't have any thinner in our thinner cap there. So yeah, I'm still shivering for that jump scare there. You have to know that I jump for everything. I don't know why. I'm not an anxious person at all, but stuff just like sounds make me jump all the time, and it's really stupid. Even stuff that's not meant to make you jump, like someone coughing or someone subscribing to the stream. So that's kind of for your amusement there, I guess. So just umber and ultramarine. Let's try to put a little bit down here. Let me see. Do a little camera check. There we go. All right. Are you ready for the magic to start happening? There we go. It'd be cool if we can finish this guy in 4 hours, like we did the what was her name? The lizard girl, which a lot of you kept calling a kobold, but I believe she's a lizard. Which actually, she's ready for pictures. She's over here. Her and the zombie girl and the Nothic are pretty ready for pictures. So I'm gonna putting them on the Instagram pretty soon. We got the zombie girl that we did the other day, we finished. That was a lot of fun as well. And then we got the, ooh, I put some basing on the Nothic. Look at him. Put some, just a little bit of stones because it was pretty barren. But I like the eye there that we did. All right. Okay, so let's put some more of that green up in here. So it's it looks pretty dark, but it's basically a, I said green, but I meant bluish gray. So get a bit of that in there. Oh man, I have missed painting. You know, I'm not too worried about having been busy with work and not being able to stream, because what I'm doing is actually going to help in the long run me to have more time to stream. So that is all good, isn't it? Thank you, True Sausage. And then I think as we get up to the upper body kind of part, I want to do something like, let me get it over here. Which one was the indigo? I always confuse the indigo with the Van Dyke brown. Now I think the indigo is up here. Some indigo and some crimson. A little bit more of that crimson. And to that, we can add a little bit of yellow. I would love to have the cadmium yellow handy, but let me see, actually, adding a little bit of white does help you. Yeah, because that is supposed to be a lot more like purplish yellowish. So when you add a little bit of the white, it actually helps you see what the hell is going on with your gray there. So right now it's pretty overpowered by the blue. I think now it's looking a little bit more, oh man, come on. There you go. It's looking a little bit more purplish. So we put this in. Let's try our white again. I think I gotta put a whole bunch of yellow in there, because maybe even this one. I want to get a warmer color going on. Maybe even some magenta. Indigo, crimson, and yellow. Yeah, just add a whole bunch of yellow there. There we go. And we can even like branch it out. Yeah, that's a, there you go. We can even branch it out, add some more like magenta on this side and make it more purplish. Oh, I like that. I kind of like that. And then we put some more like yellow on this side, make it more greenish. So we have a few colors. Let's start. Oh yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting. I do like that. Let me see. Oh, there you go. All right, Heresy. Gonna take a look at that just in a second. Let's see how tiny you could go with that. You just reminded me that I really want to get one of those like magnifying glasses thing, the ones that you like, the visor you put on that has the magnifying stuff in it. Oh yeah, that's a lot more purplish. So can you, I think you can kind of see the purple there. There you go. Yes, yes, I like that. And then we can go a little bit more in the yellow side of things. I haven't really used much white, apart from I used a little bit to sort of like make the colors a little lighter, so to understand what kind of tone we were getting, because I could only see like dark. So that's that. The face, yeah, let's see. Even more of this yellowy kind of color. There you go. Kind of like make go from a darker to a lighter color. Oh, and of course he's gonna have white white hair. I'm going to go a little on the classic side there. Let me check the close-up there. Whoop. Oh, you are on point, sir. Look at that. Oh, that is awesome, Heresy. Whoops, and that even made one of my brushes fall. It is so awesome that it is disrupting my work area. Thanks for sharing that. Basically, thanks for doing my bidding. But no, that's awesome. And by the way, Heresy, I know you we were talking last time, talking about the chat points and the rewards, and I remember you were making some suggestion about maybe voting on miniatures to paint and stuff like that. I believe I might have an idea for that, so stay tuned for it, because I think you gave me a bit of an idea there on something that I already wanted to do. So that's pretty cool. Basically, I wanted to put up for voting what kind of like next, like maybe the bigger miniatures to do on the stream, to have maybe, you know, you can choose between three, and the one that gets voted the most is the next one that gets painted, something like that. And I think I found out we can totally do that with chat points. So I'm probably gonna set that up sometime soon when I get like some nice ideas for what to paint. All right, there you go. So I got some burnt umber and a little bit of purple here for the purple, actually the dioxazine purple for the skellies here. Want to go a bit more, maybe even a bit of yellow ochre, which has been a pretty good color for me so far. Just getting those the skellies, or actually the scullies. A bit of green. They look green too. There you go. And then I think I want to make the stone there just a dark red or something like that. Let me actually look at my image here. Yeah, some red and some blue, because I want to see if I can do a bit of a glow red effect to kind of contrast the grays a little bit. Oh, remind me, I want to take a little picture of this guy when it's done with the pre-glaze. I always forget to take a picture of the steps because I'm too into it. Oh, True Sausage has that second attempt with oils. Let me see. Oh, True Sausage, you said the magic words there. You did say the magic words. Oh, I like that blue. I really like it. Is that like ultramarine or cobalt blue maybe? Oh, that's nice. I see how you're getting some of that the mixing, the blending of the oils. That looks really good. And the contrast with the blue and the red of the cloth, it's really nice. But you did name the magic roll there, because I had the same when I started painting. I would paint a miniature and be like, okay, this looks good, but it needs less paint. And then paint another one and still less paint. Less paint is needed. And I just went on and on like this until finally I got to a point where there was less paint on. But it is a journey, not a super long one if you compare it to, you know, how long it takes to learn about painting with like acrylics, but it's definitely something that every time you can see the progress, and it's like, okay, I used less paint, now I need to use even less. But it's so great that you got started though, and now you're in it. And I remember that in the beginning there have been once or twice a time where I was like, huh, I'm actually not sure whether the oils are good for me or not. Like, there's basically a time where you're like, your results are not looking like the results that other people are getting. And you're like, why? But then you try again and you're like, okay, less paint, don't overblend. That's another big one. If you overblend, everything is going to look gray and dull. And you're going to compare it with other painted miniatures you have, and it's going to look like super gray. So, oh yeah, these colors. That's you know why I said those colors? Because they're the ones that I had in my first set, the ultramarine and the cobalt blue. So I suspected you might have I kind of recognize the colors a bit. Because I'm scared to do it on minis I really want to make. Oh, I see, true sausage. Well, that's true. Like, you can just I mean, get some like cheap Reaper minis, or I don't know if you have access to 3D printed stuff, but you know, it's definitely something you can do. So we got some very dark reds and purples down on the base. We've got a colder gray going up to a warmer gray. And then we got some browns here on the scullies. So that's about it. We're gonna switch over to a little bit of color picking. I do not have my trusty frog timer with me at the moment, because I know we have been using the 25-minute mark, but we're about at 36 minutes right now. So I'm gonna try and see if we can't leave it for a while on there, because I really want the paint to stick. Got boxes. Oh, there you go. Well, that's nice. Just practice on that. But true sausage, you remember that if you're painting a miniature, like, and you don't like what you're painting, it's actually pretty easy. As long as it's still wet, you can just use some thinner and completely wipe it off. I did that for this girl, actually. I primed her with the wrong primer. I used a nasty canned primer, and the paint wasn't going on right, so I just stripped it and started again. So there is that as well. As long as the oils are dry or wet, you can sort of save the miniature. The orcs and the troll, yeah, nice. There you go. So let's do a little bit of color picking just to give us an idea of what kind of colors we have here in our skin tone. Let me actually zoom up just a tad here. So what I did here, you can see that there's already colors picked. I picked the darkest color from each of these skin tones, and then I took this and then I went in and I kind of like put it in a lighter spot here on the top to kind of let me see, like, this girl, she's got some purples in her shadows. This girl's got more of a pinkish. You can actually really see. This guy is more like yellowish green, and this girl's more of a like pinkish purple. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna see. I'm gonna pick this one because, again, that's kind of the one that I would like to use. Let's see. This looks pretty brown, actually. Look at that. That could be a nice, like, well, yeah, the one that we were doing before, the man, I can't think of names. Oh, burnt umber, with maybe a bit of indigo in there, or even just some black even. So we got that. Let's see something even lighter. Yeah, true sausage. That is part of the magic of oils. Oh, look at that. This is, whoops, I didn't want to do that. This is even lighter. Oh, that's more, there's some almost red in there. That's interesting. And then let's see if we can pick, what's a highlight? Is that lighter? No. That's a bit lighter. Over here? Nope. That might have been one of the lightest parts of the menu. Like, look at that. And look, this little thing here, that's what I picked from her cheek that looks super bright. You wouldn't say it's the same color, but it is. I love it when you remove colors from where they are. Oh, actually, I want to pick this color here because it's kind of like a bit, yeah. This is like a warmer mid-tone, and this is a colder mid-tone, which is more, I mean, here it shows it on the red, but it does look a bit colder. There's actually no red in there. It's just like almost like a plain gray. Let me try to pick maybe a different part here. Yeah, it's almost just like plain gray there, just for the probably the nature of how the image is. But maybe I would put a little bit of blue in there, and then I guess that's the lightest part of it. Oh, there we go. We got a bit of a more reddish kind of tone there. So I want to do a bit of that, and then this guy, if you look at this guy, I believe he might be a little bit more different than that. Ooh, Tamed Night and Perception. Hello, how are you guys doing? Let me show you, if you came in as we were doing our color picking, this is what we're painting today. Nice gray-skinned Drow, which is actually part of a set where you got him, and then you got him as an incubus with wings and I believe even horns. So as we wait for our paint to stick a little bit, we were doing some color picking, but how are you guys doing? Let me know if you've been working on anything. Thank you, True Sausage. I'm glad you find it interesting, because I mean, it is for me. I love doing this. I started doing it before streaming, and I thought it would be a great thing to kind of show on stream and just like exploring a bit. Yeah, this guy's got more of the blues, right? These guys got the blues. You can really see, especially because they put a red background to him. It's very, very contrasting with what he's got. Yeah, it's just more a grayish blue. So this guy, I think this color I want to put in maybe the lower parts of my guys' body. Let me see what's nice light part even up here. Ooh, look at that. That's almost like a light blue kind of gray. So yeah, this skin tone's pretty different from that skin tone. So I think we can play around a lot in this session. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun. Maybe we're even gonna finish the miniature in a couple of hours. Oh, Tamed Night is bringing out the good stuff. Well, you know what? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take you up on that, and I'm gonna join you. Boom, with my little tiny stein here. That was gonna catch that subscription from before. Thank you so much. I don't have anything as fancy as you. This is the plum liquor from a carton, but I do love it. So cheers to that, and cheers to everybody else. Yep. Cheers, cheers. Oh, that's nice. Actually, I know we have some pretty good whiskey here in Japan. Apparently, they do love their whiskey, because I mean, Japan has a lot of old guys, so like of sour old man that drink whiskey. But I believe some of their whiskeys have won prizes and stuff, and I've had a few. I actually have to say that I do not mind them. So it has been, ooh, well, we could actually, let me see. Let's take our makeup sponges here and cut, I think probably one will be enough. Let's cut some of our makeup sponges. I'm just trying to give this mini as much, whoops, as much time as I can. Japanese whiskey. Ooh, Tamed Night, did you have Yamazaki, or did you have another brand maybe? I know Yamazaki is kind of one of the more, you know, known maybe. Oh, I can't find it in any of the store. True Sausage Shochu is it's own thing from what I understand. It is, at least here in Japan, they do consider it something different than whiskey. It's like saying, I don't know, rum and tequila. I think they're just two different things. And I mean, for what I no, it tasted pretty different. Like whiskey can have some pretty interesting flavors there. I love the ones that are a little bit like smoky. And shochu just tastes like death. Shochu sucks. I don't like shochu. No, I mean I have had some good shochu, but the good shochu, it just tastes a little more like sake. So it's like, well, then I'm just gonna drink sake, right? No, shochu, I know that people that like it really like it, but to me it just tastes like plain alcohol. So it's like, well, I'm not at that level yet. So, you know. Well, let's see how our actually, what kind of colors do we have in there? We have, oh, this might be interesting. So I think a few of you have seen the what someone called the barrel lollipops, which these are my little the test barrels that I got 3D printed for us to try and discover how much each of our colors are staining. So the cool thing about this, let me get the other one here. Actually, two of the colors that are in here, we only did like 4 or 5 colors of these, but I'm getting more printed, so in the next few streams we can test a few more of these. Don't mind the shochu. I mean, true sausage. I can drink it as a mixer, mixed with other stuff. It's fine. By itself, it's a little like it's like they say here in Japan. They don't say they hate something. They say that they'll say like, I can drink it. But anyway, so indigo and burnt umber are two colors that we discovered are pretty staining, as you can see. And they are both in this purple, especially on the base, because the legs, the lower part of his body was a mix of actually burnt umber and ultramarine, but I did put some indigo in there. I have not experimented with ultramarine yet, so I actually don't know how much staining it is. And then up there we have what did we put in there? We had again our ultramarine, and I believe we had our crimson, which I would think it's a staining color, but we haven't tried it yet. Oh, and I put a bit of everything. I put some yellow in there. So, well, we don't know yet how much it might have stained, but let's give it a try. Well, it's already looking pretty good. I think it might be ready for some wiping here. That's nice. Okay, we're all caught up with chat. That's good. There you go. So, that's good. Is this like the first like humanoid figure that I paint that is not a lady? That might be actually on stream at least. I've been wanting to paint this gentleman for quite a while because I really like these muscles that he's got going on, because I think they're gonna be pretty cool to paint. Like I think they're a lot better than just like plain skin. And I think you can get some pretty nice, pretty neat effects. I'm curious to see how we're gonna do our white hair. I don't know if there are gonna be any difficult. This is actually the first time I believe I do white hair in oils. It is. I've always done black hair a lot. We've done black hair on our Oni, done black hair on a few of our girls, like the Scourge Land Dancer. I'm not gonna grab her now because I'm just gonna put a bunch of Drow paint on her, but oh, there's a little piece of sponge there. Get that off. Oh, Nikki. Ooh, Satoru I've never heard of. Tame at Night. Can't really remember. Oh, Nika. Okay. Oh, yeah, they have it here in the bars a lot. And I actually do get the highball every once in a while made with it's called the Black Nika. Uh, racking my brain. Yeah, I mean, they have a whole bunch here. There's actually, I think, what is it, down in Kyushu that they have a few whiskey places. There are actually a few places in Japan. Sorry, I just noticed that there was a little bit there that didn't have paint completely in it, but we're just gonna fix it. There we go. Is it fixed? I think so. There you go. Really good. Yeah, for some reason they really do like their whiskey here. We've been a few more like craft beer breweries as well lately, which is really good. It's a nice alternative to their supermarket beer, which is it's a very light beer, and it's not bad. It just has a kind of like a different taste than beer because they like to use very low malt content. Like, you know, they adapt the drinks to the country's taste. So actually there is some beer here that can't even be called beer because it doesn't have enough malt content to qualify as beer. So they literally they have to call it, like, it on the can it doesn't say beer, it says like sparkling alcoholic drink, which is really funny. And I didn't realize that, didn't find out until like maybe 2-3 years of living here. And that was quite the shock. We were getting some of that nice purple on the base. I'm still not sure what to do with it, but I do want to try to get some reds glows on the base, maybe to counteract the gray of the guy. And you can actually really see the nice muscles there now. I might actually bump up the ISO in a little bit. Oh yeah, by the way, Heresy Killer, we were talking. I am using the my new DSLR now. Or not new, but my DSLR new setup. You were asking about it over in your stream. Really popular brand. It wasn't oh man, what is it called? Oh man. Oh, oh, Asahi. Okay, okay. Asahi is like I mean, it's a huge brand. It's almost like saying, you know, Coca-Cola, because it makes a lot of drinks. But Asahi is one of the most popular beers here. Oh, I was wondering if you meant Yamazaki for the whiskey, because that is one, at least here, popular brand. Yeah, true sausage. I have to say, I used to be able to drink the Japanese beer quite fine, but lately I have been more in the need for something a little more beery, let's say. Like, definitely as the years go by, I do appreciate more the quality than the quantity. When I was younger, it was all about the quantity. But you know, there's an age and a time for everything. Man, talking about this kind of stuff, I really need a glass of whiskey. Asahi is everywhere in Australia too. Oh yeah, I think even in Europe, they even have, what is it, in London? I remember I got an Asahi when I was back in Italy, and I remember that it said it was brewed, it wasn't even brewed in Japan. Like Asahi is pretty big. Asahi's decent. Asahi's decent. Just it has a different taste. Has a different taste. All right, look at that. We've got this guy pretty cleaned up. Pretty cleaned up. I think I want to start making some midtones for him. Oh, thank you, Heresy Killer. I'm really glad. And I gotta thanks all of you guys for doing the support thing, because that is thanks to that we can have such a quality bump. If you go back, I think I changed the camera back when I think for the last Minotaur stream I changed the camera. So if you go back before that, I've got all the videos up. Oh, you can really see the difference. Like you could barely see what was going on, especially with such a small miniature like this. Let me see here. That might be better. All right, so how about we just start putting a little bit of paint on this guy. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the colors a little bit. Right, Tame at Night, I think it's just part of life. You just start enjoying different things, and that's why you have to do the stuff when it's good to do it. Like, I know people that maybe when they were younger, they didn't actually, let me get this a little brighter. There you go. People that when they were younger, they didn't party quite as much as they should have. And then they started partying when they were older, and that's, you know, might not be the best thing. So for the mid-tones, well, what we've got our indigo plus burnt umber combo that we can actually, oh, you know, no, that's, oh my God, I always confuse the indigo with with the Van Dyke brown. Come on, Stila. That's the indigo, and that's the Van Dyke brown. So what I wanted to do is this moment I would add some white, but we have our new color that we got, our quick, where is it? Ooh, our one-day drying. This brand is called Matsuda. I believe it's probably only in Japan, but it's a brand that advertises quick drying. So I'm going to try this this little bit of a gray. It's called monochrome cold. So oh, look at that. That's a nice, come on with that flare, lens flare. You stop doing that. Just bear with me for a second. That's better. Okay. So basically they have this monochrome, the warmer tone and the lighter tone, and I went, or sorry, the warmer tone and the colder tone, and I went for the colder one. I would have liked to get like a white one, but they didn't have the quick white, and I really wanted to try a quick paint, so I just went for this one. So let's see. So if he's here, I think I want to put some of the colder tones maybe over here. Like start with here. And he's gonna look a little dark in the beginning. We're just putting down some colors. And then you know what? We can do it, the cold tones, like more bluish here on the outside, on this side. And then maybe we can even go a little bit on the like cold purple kind of tone on this other side. Oh, that could be pretty cool. Totally get it. Yeah. Oh, it's so cool to see that duck icon everywhere now. I see when I look at the chat. That's pretty fun. So we're gonna put some there. For his oh, what would you call it? Attire is very like for his attire, I'm not sure yet. I might do some like darker leather. Maybe I thought even doing a little bit of like red edges to it or something like that. Kind of like this dude has. Let me show you real quick. Boom. You see how, wait a second. Now this dude here has like this dark leather and there's like these little like red lines to it. Maybe something like that. It doesn't have to be red. It could be like maybe a yellow or something like that. I think I'm just gonna go with what sounds good in the moment, but I think I want to put a bit of the more bluish color in there. And a true sausage. This is why I include the cleaning sheet here, just to show how much I clean my brush, because like you said, again, you said the magic words there, the using too much paint, and that's not just for oils, it's for acrylics too. Using too much paint on your brush is not going to do you much good. So yeah, I think when I started painting with oils and I was watching other people doing it, I had a few times of slight frustration because I did not understand actually how much they were wiping that that brush off. And you know, you put it on and it'll have a little bit of the paint on. You can see that the paint still goes on, but there's not a lot of paint on the brush itself. So that's kind of how you want to do it, and it's gonna take a little bit to get that nice balance of there's not a lot of paint on the brush, but I'm not painting in a way that actually strips the paint. And the key is like the number of brush strokes as well, because if you just keep stroking, if you keep like adding brush strokes, it's eventually gonna strip. So you have to kind of resist that urge of like in acrylics, I would do that a lot, just like keep like hacking at the same piece of miniature over and over and over. You might not want to do that with oils. Taking mental notes. Oh yeah, very little attire. I mean, you know, eye candy goes both ways. We have, where is she? Can I grab her? Let me grab her with the other hand. We had this beautiful one that was so much fun to paint. And oh, this one, the skin tones are so much fun. And you know, it has to go both ways. Oh my god, look at that. Who is it? Who is it? Let's oh man, let's is the miniature looking good? Is it looking good? We were just talking about, whoa, hey Geltip, thank you so much. We're just talking about brush strokes and paint and all that, and look at who comes in. You guys, hello. Hey, Grimgar, thank you so much for that follow. How was the stream? How did it end? I know that I was there a little bit earlier. Whoa, what was that? Oh no, that's just the notification. For who was here before, is the volume good with the notifications now? I know that before I blasted you guys. Well, it's really good that you guys came in at this moment, because we were just past our pre-glaze now. Oh my god, let's say hi to some people here. Armor Wolf coming in with the beautiful, beautiful dice bags. Foxalotl and Bookend Kitties, how are you doing? Hey, thank you, Robosh, for the follow. Thank you so much. Oh my god, we're getting so close to that 12-hour stream too, which that's gonna be an interesting one. Well, thanks so much for coming in, you guys. I just started putting a little bit of paint on this guy. We are playing around with grays. So that's actually pretty different from what James was doing before. He was doing the fiery stuff. Hey there, James. That's I hope you had a nice end of the stream there. I really do. I hope Twitch wasn't all weird on you. Konbanwa, Lamunes, how are you doing? And hey, Geltip. All right, so we're playing around with grays today. And we just had a really good experience with our pre-glaze. It didn't go as bad as this guy the other day. James knows that we were trying to brush on our one-shot MIG ammo primer, and it didn't go too well because you can see how shiny this guy is. But I have a mini here that was just airbrushed like I always do, and it went back to being normal. So what I was doing here, I was putting some colder grays up on the skin tones, because as a lot of people know, I really do love my skin tones. And now I was just about to mix some colors. What was I doing? Yeah, I think I want to add a little bit of oh, maybe the magenta, to get a different colors, a different take on that. There you go. So we're just playing around with mixing different colors to get grays, instead of doing the boring thing with the, hey, True Sausage, thank you so much. Oh, look at that, James. Now you can use that little duck there. the emotes. Welcome to the club, and thank you, True Sausage. That is super appreciated. I didn't even tell you I had sausages today for for lunch. Sharing the love. Thank you so much. That is super appreciated. And actually, I just that always helps. I just went and got a few new oils. I haven't shown it, but I did get myself a glow. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, this is a fluorescent green that I already mixed, and I'm probably gonna use in the next mini. Look at that. Look, this is the orange. The green is almost like crazier than the orange. Look wise. And then James, I want to show you this. I'm trying to use the quick dry, the 1 day dry paint. I just threw it down on the palette. It's over here, and I'm actually using it a little bit instead of the white to you know, to brighten up the colors, to see if that's gonna help the mini dry a little quicker. So yeah, right, Tame at Night. I know, I didn't expect that. I did not expect that. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy green. It doesn't even look that crazy off camera, I have to say. So, this gray that we just did was basically indigo and burnt umber, which is pretty cool. And I'm actually gonna add a bit more burnt umber, and then I'm gonna add some of this lemon yellow over here to do a lighter kind of tone to it. Yeah, James, I know. I actually, when I look at the colors, the orange looks brighter than the green, so it might just be that this camera really likes that color. So I think you can see here how this gray here, we added, we had some of our burnt umber, a little bit more of that, and then we highlighted it with a yellow, so we got a more yellowish kind of gray. So we're gonna put a little bit of that onto our like upper body, maybe even on the face. And I'm just gonna go back and forth, and between bluish, reddish, and like greenish yellow gray, I think we can make this guy look pretty interesting. All right. Yeah, everybody just got blown away by that green, I know. And actually, I think next time we're gonna paint this beautiful banshee over here. For some reason, when they're primed like this, I have to kind of do this. Maybe you can see it a little better, but I want to do some cool glow effects on her. So there we go. That one's gonna be fun, especially like hopefully we can finish this guy in one stream. We've been taking it pretty easy today, but now that the paint has started to be on the palette, it's going to probably go a lot smoother. We're just having a lot of chats before. People have been sharing their creations with and without, like with oils, with acrylics, with a bit of everything. Oh, Ryder, you have a good night too. Thanks for sticking through the raid there. So that's basically what we're gonna do today, and I'm really glad that you guys came in here because it's been a while for me. I think I skipped maybe 2 streams because of work-related stuff, so I was super thrilled to get back on camera. This guy has been primed for like a week, and he was actually sitting in a closet or a drawer because I didn't want all the fuzzies to get on him. They them fuzzies, they just fly everywhere. So it's actually a pretty really well made 3D print, and I think James, you probably recognize him, maybe a few more of you too. It's from Artisan Guild. It's supposed to be, ooh, James painted the female counterpart of this guy. It's actually the first video I saw from Wopalius. It was the succubus girl, back when you could still paint nippies. So this guy is basically an incubus, but this is the sort of human version. So I decided to make him a drow. We're gonna give him a little bit of white hair here in a minute. We're starting to build it up, actually. So yeah, this guy's a drow, and I thought I have been wanting to play around with gray skin for a while. The good old days, James. I know. I am doing some scheming and some tests at the moment that might, I don't want to promise anything yet, but I am doing some things, trying a few things that might lead me to be able to find a place where I can stream some of those more like not safe for Twitch miniatures. So I will keep you posted on that as we just add a little bit. So this here, actually, I think it's a good example of what we were talking before about the not too many brush strokes. Like if I am adding this white-ish color to his hair, but if I do more than just 1 or 2 brush strokes, it's just gonna blend in and just become gray. So for now, we're just gonna leave it like that. Maybe just add a little bit more and just leave it. Oh, there you go. So James, are you gonna get any more stuff printed today? Well, I know you already have your stuff ready, your printed miniatures ready for tomorrow's stream, which I'm really looking forward to. Because I think it's been a while since you painted something 3D printed by you. But I was really happy to know that you were able to print again. Because I know it's, if any of you in chat have a 3D printer, you probably agree with me that that's quite a journey to learn. Like, I don't print myself, but I have seen people up close learning the process, and it can be a pretty pesky one to learn. So, oh, this is one of my favorite things. No, not this one. I just got a couple of new brushes, so doesn't it feel so good when you have that new brush that it hasn't been destroyed yet? So what we're gonna get, actually, we're using a lot of burnt umber today. We are using a lot of burnt umber. Burnt umber and a little of that quick drying monochrome, a tad of, yeah, of indigo. I have the ultramarine blue down on the palette today, which is cool. And we're just gonna keep making different greens and see what comes out of that. Oh, James has got to do all the basing and priming stuff. Speaking of basing, I've done my first like bigger sort of basing work on one of my minis. The other day, I actually went to one of the cool shops here in the city, and I got a few basing things, and I'm so excited. I got, where are they? I got the grass tufts, little grass tufts there that you can put on a base. Oh god. And then I got, oh, this one looked fun. I got this little bit of like mossy kind of thing, and I did the base for the Minotaur that we painted on stream. Let me show you real quick. So I just put some on, and I think I really like it. I think, James, you put the bug on me. Now I really like basing. I used to not think much of it. Thanks, True Sausage and James. And Pixel Props is in. How are you doing? The king of the props. The king of the props. How are you doing, Pixel Props? Well, I want to ask you about the coffee. I know that you're probably getting started with all that. But how are you, what kind of things have you been working on lately? I have been a little out of it in the past few days because I just had so much work to do. But yeah, basing is a thing. Basing is cool now. in the rebel house. We are going to do more of that. And actually, I am preparing the mini for the 12-hour stream. And I'm just gonna say that it is a bigger mini. And I am going to prepare that base a little bit as well, and it's going to be pretty ridiculous. So yeah. Oh, actually, I wanted to show you guys a thing. I went out the other day. I wanted to share a little bit of the Japan spring. I got a few pictures for you guys because I had to go out for work, but I went out into town, and the plum blossoms are in bloom in Tokyo. So I took a few pictures for you. I'm gonna show you those in a minute. I don't know, like here Japanese people are so big on seasonal stuff and flowers and whatnot. And I'm still drinking my plum liquor, by the way. We were just having before with chat, someone was drinking whiskey, probably still are. And thank you, Heresy. Thank you so much. Oh, nice, True Sausage. Go say hi to Avocado for me. I didn't know he was on. I didn't notice. I don't think I got the notification. He might have gone on after I started streaming. Oh yeah, all right. So let me show you because they are really pretty. We went out and there you go. This is in a shrine and they are quite beautiful. This was like last week and they're all these different colors and wait. Okay, this is crazy. This is a phenomenon where the same tree has different colors of flowers on it. It's like this is the same tree and it has like red and white blossoms. So it's pretty beautiful. This was also in a shrine. That's the Japanese garden in the shrine with the Japanese bridge and the Tokyo sky tree with some white plum blossoms. Right? It's so cool. And these actually, they bloom right before the sakura, the cherry blossoms, and I kind of like them a bit more. So that's, there you go. Hey, and actually those flowers, heresy killers, those are the ones that you painted like a few weeks ago on stream. Those are kind of the ones that I was referring to, but I didn't have pictures yet back then because I hadn't gone over yet. So hope you guys like those. Just a little bit of sharing here. Red sakura. Oh, I didn't know about that. Does it work with plum blossoms too? Oh, True sauce. Oh, I see. He's setting up. Oh yeah, he does. He does do all the setups in the beginning. Frozen Gnomes, welcome in. How are you doing? Frozen Gnomes, I actually read about it because I thought exactly what you did, but it's apparently it is a phenomenon in which I am so prepared. I did my homework. No, that's a phenomenon where it's basically it's a pink tree, but there's not enough pigment in there. There's not enough of the whatever it is that makes the red pigment. So some of the flowers just come out white. So yes, I guess you could graft them, but apparently it is a natural occurrence from what I could gather. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we got some basic mid-tone on here. He's looking pretty nice. Let me restore that focus. No, I think we might be good. Whoop. There we go. So now that we have this put in, we can actually start thinking about what we want to do with his plentiful attire there. And oh, let's just give some love to those skellies, shall we? Let's just do a little bit of that because poor skellies, they need some love. There we go. Let's give some of that yellow ochre and maybe some Oh, if I had purple matter, I would use it. But I don't at the moment. Um, right, frozen gnomes? That's pretty cool. At least that's what I read. I looked it up in Japanese. Um, Jacarandus. Huh. Uh, oh, I didn't know true sausage. All right, some lurking time for true sausage there. All right, as we put some more color onto these skellies here. Yes. Oh, hey, we got a frozen gnomes. Thank you so much. Super appreciated. You are getting us, oh, so close to that 12-hour stream that I'm gonna have to find some time to do. Apparently, it's happening. It is happening. I think it's gonna be pretty fun. I'm going to have to do the thing where I eat on stream, I guess, because I can't be 12 hours without eating. You cannot ask that of an Italian, I'm afraid. Gotta eat. So yeah, I am so happy to be going back to the good old skin tones here. I do love these, and we're also gonna do a few more experiments with our barrel lollipops, like some people call them, in the future. I am getting some printed right now or pretty soon. So let me see. That base, I was saying that I wanted to do like almost a like a reddish kind of glow to it. So let's see if I get a little bit of this magenta and even some of this dioxazine violet. That looks pretty crazy. Some more indigo in there, and maybe some of the here. What happens? Oh, there you go. That might work. A little bit of that cadmium red. Just want to see what we can do with this. I liked having like maybe a almost like a pinkish glow to the ground to contrast the bluish of the skin. Who was that? Dr. Tentacle, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. And Rakin is also joining the Brush Brigands. Thank you guys so much. It's super appreciated. Super, super appreciated. All right. So, it's getting some color down on that base. There we go. Oh man, have I missed streaming. It is so much fun. And I was thinking about this guy all week. I'm like, oh, I want to paint him. I want to paint him. I want to see. He might actually be the first Drow that I do. So, what color are we gonna do? Let me see here. You will need. Oh, yeah, the cough drops. They're always here. I have my water, and I guess I shouldn't have too much tea because, like you say, the tea puts the stream in streaming. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially for how dry it is here. It's Japan. Oh man, pixel props. Like, it's not even a joke. It is not even a joke. They take their stuff pretty seriously over here. But that results in very pretty trees to look at. Let me see. Frozen gnomes I will never forget to eat for a whole day. I mean, there are times, I have to say, when maybe I'll get a little caught up in what I'm doing, but don't tell my mom. Oh, what can we do for that? You know what? Let me try something here. Let me try something here. Ooh, ultramarine. Yeah, ultramarine and some of that monochrome. Let's see how that would look. Maybe even a bit more yellowish. Why not? Yeah, I'm not sure about what to do. Oh, you know what? Maybe we could give him a more like a dark purple reddish kind of thing. Oh, I think we got it. I think we got it. You know what? Get rid of that. Get rid of that retcon. I think I want to give it like a reddish purple. There you go. Get back. Yes, yes. So for that, we're gonna take a bit of our crimson. We could even a little bit of that cadmium red and indigo. A little too much. A little more cadmium red. And we're gonna get a few. There you go. I like that. Oh, yes. It just makes a whole bunch of reds with the indigo and the dioxazine purple. And we're just gonna put some of that on. And I think that's gonna be, I think I'm gonna like that. But I also think I want to change brushes. Let's use this new one here. Yeah, there you go. Some brushes just become like they just open and they're quite hard to use. Let's see. Would cause oil not to dry over 3 weeks. Pixel Props was always impressed with Japan. I know. A lot of their traditional stuff has a very like let's work together kind of theme. It's pretty cool. Their traditions, their culture, and the way that they're holding on to it. It's pretty nice. And I really didn't used to care too much about flowers and stuff before I came here, but now they literally have when the cherry blossom season is approaching, they'll have like weather reports with a whole like they'll have a map of Japan and they'll predict the day that the cherry blossoms will start blooming in each and every part of Japan, and they'll compare it with the yearly average, and they'll do the same for the fall foliage as well, actually. And then like every single park will have a website, and you'll be able to see a list of their seasonal flowers and all that. They have a very powerful connection with nature, I feel. And I like how they enjoy simple things, and also how their whole culture is just contradiction after contradiction, which is very fascinating as well. So I think that the dark red is gonna be cool. I'm just gonna put some of that on, and then whoops, as we highlight this guy, we can just adjust the color. But I think it's gonna be pretty cool, especially if we put some reddish pink glow to the base. It's gonna like recall itself with that a little bit. Gonna be pretty cool. There we go. All right. Hope he doesn't look too shiny there. That's kind of a thing with the wet oils. I hope you can still see what's going on. There you go. Maybe a little bit of thinner on that. Yeah, pixel props. I know. Train some ninjutsu. Oh, that's nice. I've done some karate myself, actually, back when I was back in Italy, and I stopped when I came to Japan for some reason. But it has helped me a whole bunch in a lot of different parts of life, actually. It's been really cool. Really, really cool. There we go. Oh man, I'm actually thinking like how I'm trying to catch up with when the last time I streamed and what I gotta tell you guys. I'm like, okay, I showed them the plum blossoms. Okay, I showed them the base of the Minotaur. I actually put a little bit you can't see it too much, but this Nothic had just a flat base, and I put a little bit of stones on there, and I painted it, so I think he looks a little better now. But it has been a lot of fun, and yeah, I don't know how many of you guys were in here when we did our previous stream, the one with the Eder cap. I know well, Palias was in, because we were having a laugh, and we were trying to figure out what was going on with the primer being brushed on. I think True Sausage is gone, but I think it was with True Sausage we were talking that he had the same primer as I do, and he was brushing it on quite fine. Maybe it wasn't True Sausage. I'll have to check with him, but yeah, I think in the end it was a mix of it being so dry here that the primer just dried as I was trying to brush it on the miniature. Because basically this guy, I tried to paint it, but it was just so shiny that the paint wouldn't even stick to him. But I think now he's pretty dry, so in one of the following streams we're gonna try to do an Ettercap saving painting session. That's gonna be fun. I think that's it for his attire, isn't it? All right, so I think we can get to putting a bit more color into this guy. Well, how about we do a little bit of that, yeah. What is it called? The chain. The chain. Well, you know what? No, cancel that. Let me play around with the base a little bit more, because I don't know yet what kind of colors the chain is going to be reflecting. Haha. That's what James was talking about before, about how, like, if you want to do a metal color, you have to kind of know what the surroundings are, because you know, it's going to reflect a lot of that. Yeah, Pixel Props will calling it a tire. Right, James? You really did pass me the basing bug there, especially after I got your Patreon videos and I was watching your basing videos, kind of to get an idea of what kind of materials to get, because it was a little confusing in the beginning, you know. I wasn't sure what I needed, or like I knew what kind of effect I wanted, but I wasn't sure how to achieve it. The only things I've done before that was like this kind of thing here. If I can grab him, I had the static grass and some stones from the outside, and I just did a little bit of the static grass thing, but I really do like the grass tufts a lot more. So yeah. Ooh, I was also thinking, once this guy is all nice and highlighted, we might even want to put a few maybe tattoos on him. I have been itching for some more of that freehand goodness. I've been itching for freehand and getting the freehand itch, so we might do a bit of that. I want to see if the base here would look good with almost like a pinkish glow on it. I want to see. That would have to get up onto the skin a little bit, but I thought it would be a cool contrast with the more the bluish gray. Basically, I just want to make a whole bunch of different tones of gray, like, you know, 50 Shades of Gray. This is miniature version of 50 Shades of Gray. There we go. So we're gonna put almost an object source lighting kind of thing on him, and then, you know, we'll just go ahead from there and figure it out. See if that is something that looks good or not. But I thought this magenta could be a nice little color. I don't know, maybe it's just me and magenta. Like, I put some magenta in our Oni girl as well, in her lower. Wait a second here. I'm just trying to grab it but not touch it with my oily hands. But if you look at like under here, that's some nice, I don't even think I had magenta back then. Maybe I didn't, but I got a magenta type of color down on her shins. Can you see that? And did a little bit of that color variation This was like the second mini we painted on stream. That was so much fun. Back when it was the like January, and we were talking about tossing beans at demons and more Japanese culture. Because welcome, I guess, welcome to the Japanese stream. Oh, Lemoness Oyasumi. Did you mention why you can speak Japanese? I'm not sure whether you did, but I hope you have yourself a great night. And I hope to see you again soon. And thank you, Tame Night. And James wants some beans. You know, I found a bean snack the other day that I hadn't seen before. A soybean snack. I went to, man, there you go. I went to one of those, what's the shop called? Do you guys have Muji in the West? I think they probably do. It's that like Japanese sort of like brandless shop. And they had like chocolate covered soybeans. They looked quite tasty. Oh, I see, Lemoness. I see. That is cool. That's really cool. So, well, I won't keep you if you're going to sleep, but I'd be curious if you've ever been to Japan. Maybe next time you come in, you can tell me some of that. But you have yourself a great night, and I hope to see you again soon on the stream or on someone else's stream. There we go. Just put some pink in there, because why not? Because why not? Oh, I'll show you where the inspiration came from actually, because we've got our little like images here. Let me see. I was looking, it's a book cover apparently, and I really like how this guy has a bluish skin tone like you see here, but his surrounding, are kind of pink. So I kind of want to see maybe the base can have something like that. I thought it'd be pretty cool. But then for the face, I want to give it a more like a warmer kind of tone. So we're going to do a little bit of that, and we're going to see how it turns out. So let me see here. We can clean this brush a little bit with our thinner. There we go. Thank you, Lemoness. Thank you so much. Oh, James is there with the chocolate covered raisins. Then, oh man, James, that's I love the chocolate covered raisins and that kind of stuff. And here they're pretty expensive. They have the chocolate covered strawberries here as well. That's a thing that Japanese people just love. Let me think here if we want to get just a bit of our. So I've been doing a lot of ultramarine and what is it called? The burnt umber. But let me see here. Some of the colder highlights. I wanted to try some ultramarine and some cadmium red. So James, did you get more of that mint cream thing? What is it? Creme de mint? That looks so good. I had never seen it here. I don't even know whether I could find it here or not. But I do know I want to get that raspberry liquor somewhere, some way, somehow. So I wanted to get some cadmium red, some ultramarine, and then trying to add, ideally this would be cadmium yellow, but it is not. It is permanent yellow light. But I wanted to see what kind of like a cold gray we could have, or warm, sorry about that. If I actually add a bit of white here, you might be able to see a bit better. Like, let me actually switch to palette cam. There you go. So we're doing it over here. See how it's like I can actually, by adding more red, I can make it more purple. By adding more blue, I can make it more blue. And I can add more yellow to make it a little bit more greenish. Like, we can do a lot of stuff with this. So I wanted to see how this would look up on the guy's skin. Ah, shoot, I could have added the quick dry monochrome. I have to get used to the fact that it's there. But you know, let's get back to the scene. There you go. Already went through the first bottle. That's awesome. Man, are you having like one of those hot chocolates at every stream you do? Because I know that every time you mention it, you'd be like, oh, that's finished already. It almost sounds like you have it all even before starting the stream. So let me get it. I still sometimes fall back into that, you know, layering colors kind of mindset. So maybe I don't get the color quite as light as I should. So we're gonna be doing a little bit of that because, you know, you gotta remember that the color you put down actually blends with what's already down there. So maybe you might want it to get it like a notch brighter than what you want it to be. So it's gonna get like toned down a little bit by mixing with the darker color that are on there, right? And then of course I can go back in with some more brighter colors there, but I think after we do this yellowish gray, I want to go back to the colder gray to put some more blues in here. And man, I love doing skin tones. That was, even when I was painting in acrylics, I would sit here for hours on end, just layering paint until I got smooth skin tones. And even then I was still having fun, even if it took like 10 times as long. So yeah, there we go. We're starting to see some definition in these worked up muscles. Mostly gone before you start. I had a hunch. I had a hunch about that. Oh man, yesterday I had one of those nice like over 12-hour working days. Basically get up in the morning, start working, and don't stop until you have to go to sleep. So I did, when we were done, I did get out a nice IPA I had in the fridge, waiting for days and days, ignored and sad. And I had that and it was amazing. It tasted so good after such a day of work, especially knowing that because I had worked that much, I could actually be streaming today, possibly. So that was really good. It was a Japanese one by Koedo, which it has, I was surprised how good it was. I could actually like smelling it. It smelled like fresh hop, and I actually happen to know how fresh hop smells because my friend took me to pick it one time, and I actually put a fresh like hop, what is it, a flower in my mouth and tried chewing on it, which is an experience that really teaches you where the bitterness from the beer comes from. Hey, Sheza Gaming, thank you for that host. Thank you so much. That's super appreciated. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing good. I've seen you in a whole bunch of streams lately. Hope you're having yourself some fun. Hope you're enjoying this stream. I'm half thinking about bringing the ISO back down a bit so you guys can see a little bit more of the color and a little bit less of the reflections. Let me know if that's better for you. Tame at Night. Love some IPAs. Yep. I have to say, I got a little bit IPA'd out because I had so many, and in particular, I had so many IPAs that just wanted to be bitter for the sake of bitter. So I have to say I really missed just an IPA that has a nice hoppy taste but doesn't like kill you, like doesn't kill your taste buds. So that was really nice and refreshing. There is another IPA you can get here in Japan, actually, in a lot of supermarkets. That's called Aoni, which maybe a few of you, if you're gamers, will recognize the term. But it means blue demon. And that That one's just pure bitterness. Like they just put the bitterness like gene in it, not even hop, just bitterness. Like it's an old guy tired of life, just pouring his like sweat in it, and that's just pure bitterness. I think I want to get it even a little bit more yellowish up there on the face. Let's see. Oh man, Tame and Light, that sounds amazing. I used to when I was in Italy because one of my best buddies, and later like was joined by my own brother, he literally opened a brewery next to my house. So I used to have free beer all the time, and their beer was so good. It was made with the pure water and hops from the valley that I lived in. So good. And they actually make a beer with raspberry, which they haven't sent me yet. Damn them. And a mango one. So good. There you go. I thought the history of the IPA beers was pretty interesting. As we add some more yellowish kind of color up here to this guy. We can, I think I wanna introduce a little bit of greenish shade in a bit. Not yet. I think first we just gotta get some more light up there. I apologize if I can't think of a lot of words today, but it has been a pretty frying day yesterday, so it the computing power of the languages kind of gets it's the first to go. It is the first to go, but hopefully it is not too annoying to listen to. There you go. Look at those abs. Look at those abs. Ooh. Oh, Tame at Night, that sounds really cool. Oh no. Oh, I hope they can keep that situation under control. That would be a shame. That would be a big shame. Especially because it really matters what kind of water you use in like beer brewing or even like other stuff. Like all of the a lot of the most loved sake companies here in Japan, they're all from places that have good water and consequently good rice. So it's pretty, water is definitely interesting. I remember my friend did a really cool experiment with water some time ago. They made exactly the same beer, but they made it like two separate like brews. And one, the only thing they changed, they used the same exact ingredients, just they changed out the water. One was with, you know, regular kind of water, and the other one was water from a place up in the mountains. And boy, did it taste different. Like it had, like the one tasted more like a little bit bitter even. The other one tasted almost like apple. Like it just had a different taste. And I thought, this is so cool. And it's another cool thing too that I'm pretty spoiled with water. Words go so quickly. Oh man. Oh, you have the puppets. Yeah, that's what I'm missing. I need some puppets. I need some puppets. But this one won't talk. It just stands there staring. Maybe I should start making the Onis talk. But yeah, I got pretty spoiled with water because living in my youth in a mountain place, we literally had these like fountains in the middle of the town where you could just go up and drink them, and that's literally the water that comes down from the glaciers. So sometimes there'll be times where, you know, I go to a restaurant and a lot of places just have free water here in Japan, which is it's new to me because like in Europe or at least in Italy, a lot of restaurants you'll have to pay for the water. It's not free. and it's like bottled water. But here in Japan, they just take care of their tap water, even in Tokyo. But it doesn't taste great. And I've been there with people that maybe are originally from a city or somewhere with just not a lot of natural water. And I'd be like, wow, the water tastes like shit in here. And I'd be like, what are you talking about? It's water. It doesn't taste like anything. And I'm like, no, it has a taste. Water has a taste. So it's just, it might sound like a little spoiled mountain brat, but that's kind of how I grew up. I'm like, but water is supposed to taste good. I'm sure if there's anybody else that comes from a place with good water, they'll understand. I mean, I'll still drink it. It just doesn't taste good. Uh, oh, pixel props. I could get some Bunraku puppets. You're right. They've got some creepy stuff here as well. We could get pretty creepy. I could get, you know what I have actually? I gotta show you. I have little tiny Sadako miniatures. Oh, I don't know if you guys know. That's the little girl from The Ring. They made a collection of little toys for the release of that movie, the one that was like a mix of The Ring and the other guy. Oh God, it was called Sadako versus Kayako. And I'm not a horror movie fan, so I can't tell you what the other, what's The Grudge? No, I forgot. Forgot what it was called, but basically they made these little tiny miniatures that they look really cool. I will have to show you guys. All the water goes into the massive filtration system. That's, I mean, recycling, right, James? But yeah, even the tap water here, we had people come over and tell us, like, they measure it and whatever, and they're like, okay, your tap water is free to drink, no problem. But it doesn't taste good. It really doesn't taste good to me. And I've had, like, person that lives with me is like, what are you talking about? Tastes like water. So I guess some people maybe are a little bit more susceptible to that. So yeah, got great water here. Oh yeah, pixel props. I'm really glad. I'm really glad because that does make a difference. Oh man, I had a few more pictures to show you guys, but I haven't had time to upload them. I went to a place for work the other day, and I went to one of the districts that has a lot of really weird architectural stuff. And I did remember that we had talks with a few people, and James too, that really liked architecture. So James, I wanted to show you some weird buildings here in Tokyo. I know that you might prefer the more classic architecture, but I thought it was interesting nonetheless. Especially because some of them, like, I haven't been in that area in a while. It's basically the district of Tokyo that they say that like the real estate, the square meterage is the most expensive in the whole city. So you'll have all your, like, Burberry shops, the Apple, Dolce Gabbana, all of those shops that I never go to. But they have really, really crazy, cool looking buildings. So I took a few, crappy pictures with my phone. I'm just gonna show you. Wow, they have their own well, pixel props. That's so cool. Really? It's fantastic for making coffee. How so? Please elaborate. Does it taste good because it has iron in it? That's very interesting. My favorite is the water that comes down from glaciers. It's so cold and fresh. So nice. There we go. All right, we're starting to see some skin tones happening. Well, what can we do on other little parts of the... Let's put some more colors up on the hair, actually. Let's get a little bit more, like maybe a yellowish white up on the... Oh, let's just change. There you go. Oh, let's use another new brush that I got. Got this little one here that looked pretty nice. Let me get rid of this thing here on the... Ugh. There you go. Oh, I'm glad Tame at Night also gets good water. Oh man, I didn't know that Chicago was the birthplace of the skyscraper. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, we definitely have a few skyscrapers down in over in Tokyo. And pretty crazy ones. There you go. So let me get this nice yellow white. Are you like close to the city, James, or is it more you more a little out in the outskirts, if you care to say? There you go. I really liked the red bricks style that you had going on with your walls there. There you go. You know, the Japanese people have a thing about red bricks. They kind of love them because it's I guess it's pretty like a Western thing. So, man, come on, today. Focus. They like whenever there's like something that has red bricks, they just love taking pictures in front of it or stuff like that. I think there's a place in Yokohama that's like this old warehouse or something like that, and it has red bricks, and everybody goes there to take pictures. It is definitely pretty cool. I think I went to a place in Finland that has a really nice red brick kind of warehouse type of you know, town to it. Look at that. Starting to see some highlights up on those white hairs. That's looking good. Let's get a little bit of thinner in there. And I think we might be able to finish this guy in one stream. I've been really liking the one stream, one and done streams. It's been really cool. Oh, used to work downtown. Yeah, the big cities are... I was very, very fascinated with Tokyo and big cities in general because I literally come from a town that's in a valley in the middle of the mountains. My town is the biggest, and I think we had 1,000 citizens, 1,000 inhabitants, and we were the biggest. I actually think one of the villages in the valley has the world record for like Italy's smallest town or something like that. But I mean, it's super pretty, like in the Italian Alps and all that. But when you're 17, there's not much to do there. Let's put it like that. There's not even a train station that goes through. Paint anything in English. I'm not sure what that meant, pixel props. I might have skipped a beat. Not sure there. Oh, you're talking about the red brish? Oh, you're talking about the red bricks? Maybe. Sorry, sometimes I lose the train of thought there. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, really. It's you know that they're always fascinated with the West here in Japan. They've got that, speaking of contradictory things, they love their traditions, but they also love that West. That's a good thing that they keep their stuff. Not like other places in Asia where they just, you know, demolish a whole city to make room for skyscrapers and whatnot. That's a little, just slightly sad. I'm gonna put a few dots of that color I just used for the hair. I'm just gonna like slightly blend it in with a few of the skin parts here. I don't know why I love skin tones so much. I think it's because you can put so many colors in it, and it can really, like, especially if you're not going for the ultra realistic style and you're going for something more stylized, you can really, really get creative and put so many colors in it. You can make the highlights and the shadows look really interesting. Just a lot of fun. Just a lot of fun as we let this train pass. Maybe I should make like a little chat command that you can make a little train pass on stream for all the times that we get a train live here. Can you still hear? I think you can still hear the sound, right? Because I've been listening back to a few streams and I'm pretty sure you can hear it when the train passes. The hype train. I am the home of the hype train. When you hear the train passing, it means that it's going to someone's stream to it has been summoned as a hype train. Oh, it's starting to look nice. I think I want to get a bit more blues in there because we've been working on the more yellow tones. Oh, you know what? Greens. We were talking about greens. What are you talking about? Blue, we were talking about greens. So how about, hear me out. Let's get some permanent yellow light and some ultramarine blue. Yeah, and then a little bit of that monochrome tone, which I have tried it on the back of one of my barrels, and it did look like it, like the morning after it was dry. So the quick dry might be a thing. It does have a little bit of a different texture than other paints that I have, but it looks pretty paintable. And I've already done the thinning thing. It's already all nice and thinned. So I don't know, I might I'll see how that goes. So we got that little bit of green color in here. Let's see where we can put that. Where could that go? I think I just want to start putting it onto some places. One of those things that's like maybe your what is it that they say, your eye, you don't notice it, but your brain does. A little like subtlety in the change of skin tones, or maybe it'll be more pronounced. We'll see. But it's kind of like what we did with the dark skin girl that we did a few streams ago. Just a whole bunch of colors in them, and that's just how I like doing it. It might not be how a lot of people do it, I don't know. I just like putting a lot of different colors in the skin. There we go. Heard nothing. Okay, so maybe my audio settings changed. Like I was listening to some of the older streams, and when the train passes, you just hear a rumble. So maybe you can't hear that anymore, so maybe I shouldn't even mention it. I used to, I mention it a lot because I'm like, people are gonna be on stream and they're gonna hear this rumble and wonder what it is. So maybe I can acknowledge it and say it's the train, but if you can't hear it, I live like one house away from train tracks, which is pretty cool because at night you can kind of you can see the people inside. So sometimes I'll sit outside or by the window with a drink, just watch the train pass. It's really relaxing. It's the one that goes basically in and out of Tokyo. The one of the many, not the one. We don't have a one true train here. Oh, takes you back to the days of portrait painting. Well, I love your skin tones too, because you do a lot of your skin tones are so different. I remember when you painted this girl, which I'm actually not sure if I can show, but her her nips are covered, so we're just gonna show her really quick. But you painted this girl too, I think. And I liked that you gave her like a green skin, but it wasn't like, you know, green. It had so many colors in it. It had purples, it had all kinds of stuff. I really like that style. And there you go. James, are you planning to do any more of those like leather painting things that you did with the dice bags? I thought you mentioned it maybe a few streams ago. Not sure. Putting a few more. I think you can see that he looks a little bit green now. So I think now we're gonna leave the skin alone for a bit because I have to stop myself. Because if it was for me, I have been known to ignore the whole rest of a miniature and just do skin tones. So let's get a little bit of this monochrome and try how it goes if I just get just that and mix it with stuff on the miniature. I just want to get some details on these guys here. I like that. Right, and I have to say, like, for the Artisan Guild guys, they do make a very cool models. Like, their monsters are really cool, but I actually really like their humanoids. They have very what's the word? Like very dynamic poses. A lot of miniatures, you'll see they look great, but they're just like standing in a very static pose. So I really like the kind of poses that some of the, not only Artisan Guild, other people have, how their sculpture have the dynamic poses. I do prefer the dynamic poses in a miniature. Really cool. Like, where's that other guy that I really like? This one I liked too. I have to look up who made this because I don't remember, but I really like this guy as well. This one I didn't paint on stream. He's up on the Instagram, but I just love the whole, like, he's just doing something. He's got a face. And this one was a lot of fun to figure out the green for. He was part of the experiment that we did with the other orc girl that I just showed, and with this guy where we painted 3 different green miniatures with different greens. So that one was a lot of fun. It was back to the beginning of the oils, I guess you could call it. So I'm liking this by just using that cold monochrome. We're basically just like revealing what kind of colors we put in here for the pre-glaze and the mid-tones. It's kind of cool. I like it. Want to paint several bags. Oh, the leather is a great surface. I didn't know. I never tried painting on leather. Used to paint on goats. Whoa, oh, the Celtic drums are so cool. I knew a guy that played the bodhran, is it called? The one with kind of like the double stick that is like it has a stick that you play with both hands. And that looks so cool. Oh man. Aw. It sounds really cool. Really neat. We will do at some point maybe a leather painting stream or something like that, because I like giving the streams a theme. Like today is gray skin. So I would love to do a leather painting stream. Maybe pick Armor Wolf's brains a little bit for some advice on how to render leather. I actually found, I started looking up some Instagrams of people in actual armors and stuff, and I found one that posts a lot of cool leather armors that look really cool, and I think it already gave me so many inputs for painting leather. And I'm like, oh wow, it looks like that. I would have never painted like that. So I think that's going to be pretty cool. Now I want to paint some leather too. So just putting some of this, I like this monochrome thing because it's basically a gray. So it is mixing with colors, but it's not, I don't know, it's not as invasive as the titanium white, and hopefully it's going to dry a little quicker. So I could get, they had the monochrome tint warm as well, so I could try to get a little bit of that. Oh. Oh, the board round. Wow, that's so cool. Did you paint like for a band or something? Oh well. All right. Okay. So we didn't have any more big earthquakes recently, which is good. It's been a while now since that big one that we got the other day. It doesn't look like that many people got super hurt, fortunately, which is that's one of the good things of Japan. They might have very crappy insulation in the houses, but at least they'll still be standing after a big earthquake, which I guess I would prefer that. But yeah, I've been thinking about making like a like someone suggested, we can make an earthquake kind of thing happen when either someone raids or something like that. I'm doing a little bit of brainstorming for that. I don't really like my raid notification yet, but it's one of those things that are like super low in the to-do list because there are priorities, and those little like decoration, the cosmetic things are very low in the priority list, but at some point though they might get done. And we're getting some colors there in the scullies. I don't want to, you know, draw too much attention to them, but I think for now they might be good. And so let me see what we can do for this little the base here. Oh, Renaissance Fair. Oh, that's so cool. Yes, I'm making you reminisce a whole bunch of stuff there. Let's see what happens if I put, let me see here, maybe a little bit of yellow. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Just wanted to do something different with this base. So man, painting flat surfaces with acrylics is just a pain if you want to do any kind of blending. Now this base has a little bit of layer lines from printing because of how it was what's the word, tilted, but we'll see what we can do for that. So actually maybe a bit of purple in the, ooh, that's very purple. Oh, crimson maybe. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Like mixing different kind of reds with the dioxazine purple is actually a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna turn out any kind of good, but we can always revert to something else. So maybe I can have some of the blue kind of mix up in there. I'm just doing a few experiments here, and then we can do some blending, even some of the brown of the burnt umber. Yeah, look at that. So I think I almost want to go a bit more like in the realm of red. Where's that crimson here? Yeah, so what can I mix? Like maybe even a bit of the cadmium red, which is also like a very a color that does not want to dry. It's like, oh, you gotta give me my time. I need time to dry. And you come back after a week and it's like, are you done? Are you dry? And be like, nope, I need time. Give me time. Yeah, more red than that weird pink. Yes, yes. I don't want to be putting too much color on it though. But ooh, a bit of yellow in there. Let's see how that would go. All right. So if we finish this guy today, I think tomorrow we're gonna paint a banshee. If we finish this guy today. And then, I've been having a thing that I've been wanting to paint for a whole bunch of time, but I cannot figure out for the life of me a color scheme for him. So that's one thing I like to do. Like, you know, I get some reference images like we did for this guy. We got all of our little drowsies here, and because I like usually having a bit of an idea of how to paint a miniature. And this is the guy that I have in the painting list. That's another Artisan Guild, and oh man, I really want to make this little thing up here, the object source lighting, but I also want to do some crazy glowy, you know, fluorescent stuff on him. Oh, I've been a little stuck trying to figure out what to do with it color wise. So, but that's been fun. It's been fun to try and find color schemes there. But yeah, so let's see here. So yeah, I'm not minding the color here. I wish that maybe the stones on this base were a little bit more you know, pronounced, because they have like a tiny little line running between them. So I think I want to get it to a more reddish color than the pink, but I think I need to leave it for now. And if it looks weird, we can always change it over, but for now I think it's gonna be fine. So let's get back to some of our bluish, like indigo, burnt umber, which this might be one of the streams where we've used the burnt umber the most. A lot of burnt umber. A lot of burnt umber. Adding various kinds of light colors to it, because I want to get some more bluish tones up on the skin. Yes, we're back to skin. I couldn't resist for this long. Oh yeah? Oh, James, that'd be great to compare minis. That would be a lot of fun. Well, I will try not to let myself be influenced by your color choices if you end up doing the video before I do. But that would be a lot of fun to see, like with the orc girl, what kind of things we come up with. But I remember that you said you had the fish people printed, or that you had to print them. So, oh, and then you have the sexy Oni girl as well. You showed that on stream the other day. That's also looks good. I'm a little bit bummed about her, because I was so happy that they made like a Japanese style thing. And I don't know, I kind of expected something a bit more Japanese looking, I guess. But you know, there are a lot of Japanese style miniatures out there. I think I've been wanting to try to do like a freehand heavy kind of Japanese tattoo sort of freehand. And I thought that she would be the perfect one to do it on, but she doesn't have a lot of skin, you know, exposed. So I might have to find something else. And man, you guys should see here, like I get so much inspiration just walking. Like you'll be walking on the road and there's a kimono store, and they have these beautiful kimonos out on the, you know, in the window, and they have these crazy patterns on. So I gotta take a few pictures of those, and I want to try some more of the Japanese stuff because, like, personally, I absolutely love the Japanese designs and that kind of stuff. So I think that would be like we did for the Oni and the pattern there and the kanji. That would be some great freehand exercise because I am liking freehand quite a lot, and I haven't had a chance to do it since, was that since, that might have been since the Oni, really? Wow, that's a while. Yeah, that's been since the Oni that we haven't done freehand. That is way too long. Shame on me. Shame on me. All right, Pixel Props is getting ready for the day. Thank you so much for popping in. I always see your notifications of your streams when it's like too late, or, you know, when the morning after, because it was at night for me. But I really hope to catch you one time, Pixel Props. And if anybody is in a better suited time zone, you really want to catch Pixel Props because he makes awesome props, of course, and he's a really nice streamer. So Pixel Props, you have yourself a great day. I hope you do, and I hope to see you soon. Just putting some more bluish tones in there. I think you can really see it here on the leg. Man, the oil just, there's so much paint that goes onto your brush. Like you will clean your brush like you saw me just do, and then you go on thinking that there's just a little bit of paint on it, but you end up putting a whole bunch of paint up on the miniature. So like we were saying before with the True Sausage, I believe it was, that first experience that a lot of people have usually includes figuring out how little paint you actually have to put on the miniature, which is, again, it might be a bitter lesson for some, but I think the learning curve or the learning speed is actually so much quicker than other stuff like the acrylics, at least in my own experience. Like, I painted one miniature in oils and I'm like, okay, I learned this much. And then I paint another one and I was like, oh wow, I learned so much more. It's almost like getting that instant leveling up every time you paint, which is really cool. And so right now I'm just putting some like color plops here and there where I think I want a little bit more blue going. Definitely, I don't know, I like the idea of having his face a bit warmer and like the lower part of the body a bit colder, and he is starting to looking pretty sexy here. He is. I am liking it, and I just realized that the whole leg here has barely any mid-tones on, but I think I want to give it, I want to make it a little bit more, maybe a little bit of blue up here. Sorry for the weird angle here. There we go. Yeah, Pally is quoting the Book of Wapol. Less is more and more is way too much. That's basically what you have to keep repeating to yourself. Yeah. Oh, James, did you see, remember this some time ago we were talking about that, you know, every color can be a staining color? Well, I think that needs a little asterisk because we tried. This is ivory black. And basically what we did, you can actually see with the Prussian blue, the top part is where I wipe it off immediately to see like the immediate level of staining. For example, Prussian blue doesn't really stain much if you leave it on just like a minute, but the burnt umber actually does. And then the bottom part is leaving it on for 25 minutes, and you can see that the Prussian blue really gets in there. The ivory black really does not care about stain on the miniature at all. So I even did the white, the titanium white, just for funsies, and it does stay on. after a while. And I think that's how you get those, like for example, on this girl, I was mixing the crimson and the magenta with white, and I left it on her a whole bunch of time, and then it really, really stained. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess black isn't a color, so I guess it's that. But definitely black cannot be a staining color. I guess it'll be a staining color if you leave it on until it cures, and then it'll have cured. So I guess it's more because it's dry. But you know, that's I've been having a lot of fun doing those, and I can't wait for more of those barrel lollipops, like some people call them, to be done. So we're adding some more of that blue. Actually, I haven't done too much on the hand there. I like the idea that of taking something like gray, which, you know, by definition you could say it's just a very like dull and not uninteresting color, and just having fun trying to make it interesting. And in the end, you know, it's not really gray what's on the miniature, it's just a whole bunch of colors. I guess, you know, my color theory is not super good, but I have read that thing where if you take two, I can't think of the word, the opposite colors on the color wheel, complementary colors, then mix them, they kind of like cancel each other out and they make a gray, sort of. I'm sure that the definition that I just gave sucks, but kind of like the bottom line. But, you know, more than that, I just want to mix some colors, see what looks good, and have some fun. Black disdain staining, I like that. Yeah, it does. But I'm really curious, as we get more of those little thingies, I will try more colors, because I want to see if there's any other color that disdains staining. Even the Van Dyke Brown, which I haven't tried completely yet, but on our timing, this was our timing experiment, and after leaving it on for, where's the 30-minute one? Like Van Dyke Brown did not want to stain. It looked very much like the black, but after 30 minutes, you can see some Van Dyke Brown on it. I know the Van Dyke Brown is not a huge, like my Van Dyke Brown is different than everybody else's Van Dyke Brown, which are different from each other because Van Dyke Brown is all over the place in different brands for some reason. I don't know why they just decided that Van Dyke Brown needed to be a different color for each one of them, but that is the truth. Oh wow, I don't know if you can see this, but that color there I just touched here, oh, this is a little out of focus actually. I don't think there's much I can do about it. Well, this color over here, I was trying to get some, and it's already kind of drying a little bit, and this is where I put the quick drying color in. So yeah, it's doing it. It's drying more quickly. Let me get the camera back there. That is very interesting. That's pretty cool. Well, I just gotta see. Maybe I should buy a few more colors from this thing. But yeah, I think the white is a big one. Like the titanium white really takes its time to dry. And I mean, I had the deadly combo here with this guy. This guy here was it was a painting challenge, it's painting monochrome, and he was just like it has orchids. That might be the type of monster there that attacked you, or is that a word that I don't know, James? I'm not sure. Oh, oh, is that what you put in an oil to make it dry faster? I actually don't know. I will have to do some research about this thing because it does not say. It is a Tokyo brand called Matsuda. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, James, I didn't mean to insinuate that you can't type, but I never heard of that word before. I see, it might. It's, you know, it's as heavy as a rock. It's super heavy. Um, you know what? I will translate what this thing is, which is the ingredients, and it's something, Tanka. Yeah, I'll have to look this up a little bit because stuff like that, I have to look up what they mean. But I'm sure I will be able to find the kind of ingredients that they put in there, because that would be really, um, really good for comparing with other brands people can get. But it's really cool. I just want to see, you know, how it dries on the miniature, how it looks. But that's actually pretty nice. Pretty nice. They don't have a huge selection of colors, but if I could just get like a white, you know, something like that that dries a little quicker, that would be pretty cool. Because I really don't mind the miniatures taking a while. Like, I'll be super okay with it if it means that I can paint them in such a chilled way. It's just that sometimes it does take a ridiculous amount of time with the white and stuff like the cadmium red. Yeah, that guy that the mind flayer that I just showed, I was gonna say that I had painted it for a challenge, and I was supposed to post it on Instagram like at the end of the month, and you know, I painted it a couple of weeks before, and I thought I would have time, but it was actually still wet, and I ended up not being able to post it on time. So that was a little ridiculous. But that deadly combo of titanium white and cadmium red kind of did it. So we had another train passing, so I'm guessing you guys don't hear that either. So I might, I don't know, maybe I upgraded the microphone experience. It could be. There we go. Other colors of alkyds look odd, but since the white goes into everything. Yeah, so maybe it would be best to stick to the more basic colors like white. Yeah, again, I really don't mind if my other colors are taking a while to dry, which really they aren't. Actually, the burnt umber is super quick. My burnt umber, the one I have on the palette will almost be dry tomorrow. Like the clump will have like a dry skin, and I have to sort of like break it and take the still uncured oils from the inside. I don't know why just the burnt umber, but like I was saying before, I really want to try some different brands of oils than the like right now I mostly have a brand called Holbein, which is a Japanese brand that I can find here a lot. But thanks to a lot of people posting their works, I mean, and of course James, I think I'm starting to realize that the Holbein colors might be a little bit more shiny than other colors. Like, if you look at her, I have used this, I use the Army Painter Anti-Shine, which is supposed to be a super matte varnish, but yet she still looks a little bit shiny in some parts. There's definitely, like, if you look at that, the shine there on the rock, it doesn't look super matte. There are some parts, like my titanium white is actually not Holbein, so so the white parts are actually a little bit less, but there's definitely more shine on there than what I would like to. Even the zombie girl, I think you can see even more. Look at this skirt. This has the varnish on it. This shouldn't be so shiny. It still looks okay, like it looks good, but I would really like it to be a little bit more matte. So I was thinking, since for example, Winsor & Newton is a brand that a lot of people use, I wanted to try maybe some of those. I even tried for this guy. I do have a different brand of indigo, which is a color that I use a lot. It's by Rembrandt, and I tried using their indigo for this one, which I think I haven't been using the Rembrandt one a lot because I think it takes longer to dry. So, but I don't really care. So I want to see if maybe this guy gets a little bit less, whoops, less shiny. We will see. But we are starting to see a little bit of color going on there. Definitely more blue on the legs. Oh, we just want to put some more contrast on it. I'm thinking we might want to do a little bit about that attire that he's got. People have been really liking this word, so that's what I'm gonna be going for. Yeah, James, so you see, even after putting that thing on, it's still shiny. So there's definitely something there that has been making me raise an eyebrow, especially after you said that you weren't convinced about the two colors you got. So I definitely will try a few more different brands. I have another brand that's called Kusakabe. That's the one that I use for my titanium white, for example, which is same price as Holbein here. And I think that brand might be a little less shiny, but we will see. Yeah, James, that's why I want to try the Winsor & Newton, and I want to see how the consistency is. It might just be that maybe here they have a different kind of paint style. Ooh, I really feel that throat scratching. Let me get some water. Oh, that's good. Yes. Poor throat. Let me see here. Actually, let me take our tiny blending brush here. There you go. Also, thank you guys for hanging out, for coming on even after I skipped a few streams, because I was super busy. I was really looking forward to streaming, but unfortunately I had some pretty heavy work schedules and stuff to attend to. So I was really bummed that I couldn't be streaming, but I've been looking forward to it and seeing people come up again and seeing the same faces. It has been really great. So thanks. And thanks, James, for the raid. That always means so much. And for you to hang out after the raid where, you know, at the end of the stream you want to do all of your stuff and, you know, put your stuff away and kind of like get your stuff together. Thank you so much for staying in. That is super appreciated. That said, let's see. What can we do for that that reddish? What if I mix some yellow ochre with the red? Does it give it a little bit of you know, leathery color? Maybe. Let's try. Why not? There we go. Oh yes, please send me the pics of the crazy goblin bases. I got some pretty cool bases printed as well, actually. I'm going to show you in a second. But I'm really liking the resin printed bases lately. This guy is pretty simple, but Cameroon, where are we? Here? Sorry. You made 6. That's nice. How has it been printing bases with the thing? Because I know that bases are probably the hardest thing to print. I have some pretty nice bases. I love this one with the little the grass actually on the print, and this one's got some like desert kind of stuff. I actually just got them, but I don't know what I'm gonna use them for yet. This one's got some scullies and some candles, and actually I haven't even showed it. Man, oh no, I wait, I got too excited for my own good here. There you go. This is another guy that I'm gonna be painting soon. It's I haven't primed him, so he's looking pretty rough, but it's a beautiful like ice frost giant. And the base was really weird. It had like a little space in it, like so I put some of that Vallejo earth thing in there, and it's like a mix of basing stuff and the 3D printed base, and maybe I'm gonna even do a little bit of snow on it, I don't know, but it's gonna be so cool to paint all of that icy thing on him. He's gonna be a lot of fun to paint. I am so looking forward to him. But yeah, I know you got those minis that you get so excited about painting. And yeah, so I've got a few there that I'm pretty hyped for. I will tell you the truth. Ah, there we go. So yeah, I think I like what I did there with the yellow ochre. And was that, I might have heard, I don't know if any other oil painters use the yellow ochre, because for me it has been a really nice color to use, but I almost want to say that I heard you, James, once saying that the yellow ochre wasn't really a thing for you, but I'm not sure, because I might have caught it at the tail end of like as soon as I came in, like I might have caught like the end of a sentence, so I wasn't sure. But I remember thinking, oh, I really like yellow ochre. So I don't know, I kind of like mixing it with yellow for stuff. I used it on her. I used it a lot to make that yellow cloth there. There you go. But I don't know, like with oil paints being so different for every brand, I like I don't even know how much I can, you know, have people relate to what I say, because being the one that's in Japan, getting all the different kinds of brands, it's it might be hard for people. Like this paint that I just got, the fast drying one, it's like I can't even tell people this is really good, you should buy it, because nobody can buy it. I don't think, unless they are secretly like a super famous brand, but I don't believe so. The only one that is available abroad, I believe, is the Holbeins, and we are starting to find out that they might not be all of the good that they are. So yeah. Oh, I see. Less shiny and slimy. Ah, you see, I gotta get myself some of that cadmium red, because not having cadmium red yet, I am enjoying the yellow ochre, so maybe the cadmium, or yellow, sorry, not red. But the cadmium yellow is actually on my short list of colors to get, so it might be like with the Payne's Gray and the indigo, where it's like, what are you talking about? Payne's Gray is awesome, and then you try the indigo and it's like, I hate Payne's Gray. So that might be a revelation, little revelation party there. Yeah, I'm really missing a opaque yellow in my arsenal of colors. I'm still, the only yellow I have is well, it's the permanent yellow light from the starter set I got. Like technically I have the lemon yellow light too, but I'm talking about yellows like, you know, the warm yellows, like, there you go. But it's cool, we're always finding out new things, always experimenting more. Whoops. There we go. It's getting some of that almost like orangish color on it. I'm getting rid of some smudge that I got here on the hand. I think I'm liking the base, but I want it to be a little bit more red and a little bit less pink, so I might try to fix that a little bit. There we go. We are getting there. Yeah, I like that little bit of contrast that you can get between the skin and cloth there. So let's go back to the skin tone a little bit and let's see what we have. I think we can go back to our warmer tones here and really bring out a few of these spots. I'm gonna do the, there you go. I'm gonna do the oh, come on, words, come to me. The blending brush thing. Thank you, brain. You're not late for the party at all. Just had to wait 10 minutes for you to work. There we go. I still haven't been able to go to my paint store yet. The big one. They'll never forgive me for the paint gray. I know. There are still people that I talk to that still swear by their Payne's Gray. I think I know a guy that actually uses both the Payne's Gray and the Indigo. And the other day I was in his stream, I believe it was Orthober Studio. I'm not sure if he uses Indigo still, but I'm pretty sure he uses Payne's Gray. And he talked and talked and talked to me so much that I actually tried taking the Payne's Gray out again, you know, in my next stream. And I realized that, I don't know if it was because I haven't used it in such a long time or if it has always been like that, but it actually has a really weird texture to it. Like it's almost watery, like shiny, I'm not sure. Weird. So I'm like, oof, you know what? No, I can't. I don't think I can use this. Could be too that I was using a it was one of the first paints that I made, so I was still using my old thinner, which was pretty nasty chemical wise, because it was the only thing I could find, and it was non-odorless white spirits, so it might have been that too, but the consistency was just unusable. It was so weird. But you know, we got some skin up there. I'm just gonna let it sit there for a bit. There we go. Let's get that contrast going. Contrast party. I'm actually using a lot of the lemon yellow to get these the warmer highlights here. Don't even know whether I should call them highlights yet, but you know, the lighter tones, or maybe a step above mid-tones at the moment. There we go. Oh man. Yeah, I remember you mentioned that, James, about the names with all that. I had like my grandparents were like that because my family is pretty big, especially on one side. Like my mom has like 7 siblings, and I can never count them, but I think I have more than 25 cousins. So in the family it was fine, like my mom and all that, because it's only me and my brother, but in the big gathering it was always nobody could learn my name, because especially I was one of the middle ones, so I wasn't one of the first and I wasn't one of the last. So it was kind of one of the meh ones. But yeah. Oh, Kendon is in. Good morning. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? How are you doing? And Grimgar, I believe I already said hi to you, right? You were here from before. And Brianna is in, which has a big family too. Brianna, how are you doing? I'm so glad I was able to come into your stream the other day. It was literally like in between work stuff, but I was so happy that I was able to hang out a bit. How's the backpack? Did you finish it? Brianna does really cool crocheting streams, which is a maybe lesser seen thing on Twitch, but I do enjoy her streams quite a lot. And she has been putting the crocheting bug back into me as well. I just watch people and they put all kinds of bugs in me. I got the basing bug from James. Get the crocheting. I don't know if you've seen it, but this was... Oh, you finished the backpack. That's awesome. Do you have pictures? And Candon is pretty good. I'm glad. Candon, I have been so busy. Have you painted anything else with the oils? Because I'm at the... you were painting that Oni dog from Artisan Guild, right? And it was looking really good. But I think I checked your Instagram a while ago and I don't think I saw anything else. But if you painted anything else, let me know. I'd love to know if you tried more of the oils. There you go. Working on a blanket. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's cool. I'll join that. That's really, really cool. Thank you. There you go. Yeah, it's the Candon coming in. I don't think I've seen you in a while, but then again, I haven't been streaming for this week. This is the first stream of the week. Shamefully. But it's been awesome to have the time to stream. I'm really, really appreciating having been able to stream. Look at that. We're starting to see some of that highlights up there. And I know it looks really shiny. I'm sorry. I will eventually get some better lighting going on because we've got the good camera. I will try to see if I can get some more even lighting maybe, but I think it's actually pretty decent. It'll look a lot better when it's dry, of course, but we're starting to get some of those warmer highlights and then the cooler ones down there. Oh, that's cool. You've been working though. Nice. Ooh, the Flesh Eater Quartz models. Well, do you have any more comments about painting in oils, Candon? I'd be curious to know. Because your Oni dog was looking pretty cool. I remember that you did that like glowy effect, and I remember I asked you, wow, did you use a fluorescent green? And you said you were just using the regular permanent green, which is really cool. So that sounds exciting, and let me look at Brianna's finished bag real quick here. Oh, it's so pretty, and I can see Luna's butt in there. That's so cool. Oh, it came out awesome, Brianna. Yeah, I'm so glad you finished it. So now it's gonna be a blanket on stream, you said? We have a few crocheted blankets from our aunt. She made pretty nice ones. You really need some in this season. Could always use more. There you go. Oh, we gotta think about the colors for the nipples, guys. Like, gotta start thinking about the important stuff here. Usually, you would do the nipples a little darker, right, than the regular skin. So, and I probably want to keep continuing use the word nipples, so Twitch is gonna be super happy about that. Well, if the stream dies or something, you know what happened. You know, there's no steal a rebel without some rebel. Hopefully I don't get deported or anything. All right, let's see here. Looking pretty nice. I love these muscles. And I think there's actually, yeah, there's some distinction between the white hair and the yellowish green skin, which is good, but you know, the hair is not finished yet. An oceany look, that's cool. And some turtles. Oh, that's so cool. And Kendall is slowly getting the hang of it. Actually, while I read that, let me get a little bit of a sip of water. Struggle with small models. Oh yeah, the small models. The separation. Well, you know, the small models are definitely, like this one, are definitely a bit harder to nail when you start out. It's a lot easier to start with bigger models, but you did that big dog, so it's I really think you should go on with that challenge of the smaller models. If anything, sorry, I've been drinking a whole bunch of water because the throat has been hurting. If anything, that's a great thing that really makes you like it will actually punish you if you use too much oil on the mini. So that's a great exercise. Oil punishment. The punishment of the mud. That is what we have. Really like these muscles here. And I'm really liking this brush actually. I hope it lives because there are a lot of brushes that I've been liking, but then they just open like a flower and we can't use them anymore. But at least I always buy the cheap ones. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put some like definition in the under the neck there. But yeah, let me get just a tad of that green and maybe even blue. I don't know why the colors are drying a lot more on the palette today. I don't know why. It couldn't be because of humidity, because that's not how oils work, right? Or is it? Let me see here. Get a bit of that. I'm glad you enjoy the oils, Kendon. Oh. Back with the Don Matteo quotes. Yeah, I forgot that you watched that. That was so funny to discover that. 'Cause I had no idea absolutely that that was a thing that was outside of Italy. Um, that's funny because I actually have never watched a single episode of that because that is more something that, you know, I don't know, my grandma watches. Not to call you a grandma or anything, but it's I think it's like an older show, so it's not something that I would watch when I was younger. But I have seen the ads for it all over the TV. And I have seen a lot of movies with that actor in, actually. He's really good. Hehe. There we go. Oh, that's nice, Brianna. I will check that as soon as I finish the stream. Sorry for the angle here. I'm just trying to get just a little bit of definition on that neck. He's got like that, like so buff that his muscles are making like a hole in his neck area, like they're concave. So like if you look at him, he's got that like very dark area in here. And I'm trying to, there we go, trying to get just a little bit of highlights. I mean, there shouldn't be too many because it's a darker area. He's shading it with his head, but it looks weird if there's no color in there. So yeah. Also, I apologize for the voice getting a little weird and scratchy, but I trust that you won't get mad at me for that. I mean, there's not much to get mad at. You can get mad at the Japanese winter if you want. I'm not sure how much good it'll do you. I tried getting mad at the winter. That didn't help. That did not help. Oh, I wanted to put a bit of green in his face too. Wow, definitely that color is drying up my other colors too. Everything I mix it with, it just started drying pretty quickly. That's exciting. That is exciting. I want to see how it affects the drying on the paints on the miniature, because you know I'm all up for a little bit of a quicker drying time, but I do not want my miniature to dry while I'm painting it. No. If I wanted that, I'd be painting in acrylics, am I right? So we're just putting some green tones in there, and we must not forget about the ears. I always forget about the ears when they're coming out of hair. It's one thing that I do. It's like I'll finish a miniature and be like, oh no, it had ears. I thought it was hair. Damn. Okay. Are you serious? They're still filming episodes? Man, that's crazy. How old is he? Taking mystery shows from all across Europe. Oh wow. No, that's nice. That I'm sure that is actually, James. That's a really good point. Because, you know, we Europeans will get all of the like American movies and all that, and that is a window into a different culture for us. Like, you know, used to watch all of the American shows and all that, and a lot of the stuff that's on there is just foreign to us. Like, for example, we don't have proms. We don't have, like, even our school system is different. Like, when you see one of those high school movies and they're like, oh, you know, Josh is in my math class. I'm like, that's not how it works. You're in the same class. You just like that's not how it works. And we don't have lockers and all of that. We don't have the cheerleaders. There's a lot of that stuff that's like so American. And it's cool to see that it's possible to do the reverse thing as well. Really cool. So this is the stream, you guys. We are very, very acculturate streams. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is now. We talk about a bunch of stuff. Most of the time, we're talking about Japan, but not all the time. And I mean, when I can remember words, we'll talk about stuff. And when I can't, you're just gonna watch me struggle and paint. There we go. All caught up with chat. That's good. I think like there should be a little bit more going on in this area. Well, I should actually be showing you though. I shouldn't hide it from you. Sorry for going out of the camera there for a second. So you know what? I might want to take some of this just greenish yellow. I'm trying to use like less white and more other colors. See how that works. Always experimenting. There we go. So man, I'm glad actually, James, that you didn't come in too early because we actually started the stream and I didn't realize, but my desktop audio was quite high. So the first, I believe it was a subscription, but the first notification I had like shaved off a few years of my life because it was so loud and made me jump. And then I adjusted it, but I'm like, wow, if there had been, you know, 50 people in here, they would have probably all been like, I would have 50 less followers because that was pretty loud. That was fun, but I also died inside because I get startled quite easily. Like sometimes I get startled even with the normal volume of notifications, so I'll let you figure out how much of a jump I might have done. I'm like those like Tom and Jerry cartoons where Tom gets startled by something and he like jumps up and plants his feet into the ceiling and like dangles down from it. That's me. That is Stila. I don't know why. I know it's silly, but I just get startled very easily by stupid things. That's the key. Not even by stuff that are supposed to be scary. I get startled by stupid things like people sneezing or people following me. Oh, let's see. Oh, parochial schools. Huh. That's really interesting, James. Like the little Italian towns, like every town has a church That sounds really cool. Um, I actually went to a like a Christian school for middle school. It was like a private priest school, like priest-run school where we had to do like, you know, the prayers every morning and stuff like that. It was a little weird, but yeah. Oh, that's really like telling me a lot of stuff that I don't know actually. That is really interesting. I hope I get to see a bit more of the US one day because I have really seen very little, but I've liked a lot of stuff. Of course, when I went, I tried all kinds of you know, junk food and stuff. Like one time we actually went to a fair and I had the worst, like, you know, the fried Twinkies and the fried Coca-Cola and all that stuff. And, you know, oh, and I shot a gun, of course. I sent my mom a video. She almost had a heart attack. I'm like, what are you doing with a gun? That was so weird to shoot a gun. That was so weird for a European to just go to a place where everybody's shooting. I mean, I've done the same thing basically. I used to go to do a little bit of archery. Nothing professional or anything. There was just a place in the town where you could shoot a little bit of a bow, and I really liked it. And I went to do it a few times, and it kind of works the same way, right? Just you do it with guns, but it's so weird, really weird. But man, it hurts though, actually. I didn't think the recoil would be that strong. But yeah, I mean, I know it's not something you can do in every state because you guys have the state thing. Oh, I think we might have put a little too, yeah, might have to darken down that part, but that is fine. Yeah, I'm liking where these grays are going. I am liking it. We are getting pretty close here. So let me see here. Let's start getting some brightness in there. Some final or semi-final highlights in there. Sorry guys, I haven't been keeping up with the chat much. I also have purple net. Ooh. Oh man. Candon got himself some Egyptian Violent. Oh, I'm sure you're gonna love it so much. I would love to be able to compare Egyptian Violet and Dioxazine Violet, but you know. Uh, oh man. Yeah, the nuns, right? Luckily I had the priests, but just the order that I was in, they love their jokes. They kept like playing pranks to us. Like they're really weird. It was like a younger order of priests and nuns. And when we did like, you know, sometimes we went to meet other schools from the same order and we did like these like weekends away and we'd slept away too, and they always used to play pranks at us, like giving us pizza, but it was like super spicy and stuff like that, or waking us up in the morning with the, you know, the pans like ding 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 ding. It was weird. uh oh, the interference colors. I am really curious, James, to see how the powders are for you, because I want to see if I got anything like that here, actually. If that's something I could get here, because I actually have no access to the interference colors. Are they Williamsburg, if I'm not mistaken? So yeah, I can't really get them here unless I do something with someone, have them like ship them here. Or I mean, I guess I could, it's just like freaking expensive. But if I could find some of those mica powders, that might be interesting. So I'm looking forward to see if they are any good for you. And Reapercon. Ooh. Oh, I haven't done the rifle. Oh man. That I actually almost did. Well, that sounds pretty scary there. But yeah, that's super foreign. So I guess Chicago is actually one of those places where you can sorry, my brain blacked out. Where you can carry a gun. Because I did it in Florida. But I know not all the states allow, like, you will have different rules there. Ooh. Yeah, I hope you can get those powders here. I really hope. I mean, we have a very, like, Tokyo has shops that have a lot of stuff. So, I mean, you can't do much when there's only like one brand that carries a thing, but if it's a more universal kind of thing, the shops here are pretty crazy. I like it too, because when I go get my oils and that, I always go look at the Japanese calligraphy stuff as well. I'm always wondering whether you could use any of that stuff to, you know, in miniature painting. I actually already tried once to get a, it was a cheap one, but I got a sort of like, where is it? I got a couple of these very, very cheap, like dollar store calligraphy brushes to see if they were any good. This one's used, but it was not. The bristles were too kind of like hard, and as soon as you tried to paint with them, they came apart. So, but maybe some of the more expensive ones, you know, that could be a thing. That could totally be a thing. There we go. Getting some of those highlights on the face. I always get too concentrated on the body and then forget about, oh yeah, this guy has a face. I forgot about that. There we go. Looking okay. It's not time to put some darks back in, but soon it will be. Oh, in Texas, I see. I know. Archery is a lot of fun, actually. I used to like it a lot. I don't know, it gives you that, maybe a little bit of that, like, not primordial, but the, like, that primitive kind of feel. Back when men hunted and fended for themselves and stuff like that. But I really liked it. It makes you feel pretty cool. It makes you feel pretty cool. I'd probably do it again. I mean, the shooting a gun was fun too. It definitely, you know, it gets you into it when you see how bad of an aim you have with it. It's harder to shoot something that just goes and recoils. Probably doesn't make that noise, but you know. But the archery was really cool. Made me feel very Amazon, a lot more badass than I necessarily am. So that was really cool. Oh, Candon is a sea person. That is really interesting. Oh, the windsurfing sounds like a lot of fun. I am a mountain person instead. Not in the sense that like I love mountains, more like I was born in a mountain place. But I appreciate the sea a lot. But I think there's something, you know, in growing up in a place where it's like, yeah, I love the sea, I appreciate the sea, but I feel a stronger connection to the mountains because that's what I grew up knowing and all that. I guess there's probably also those kinds of people that grew up in a place but never really liked it because they're actually made for another kind of place. But I think I got to appreciate the mountains a bit more when I grew up. Like, it was a great place to be a kid in because I would just, like, tiny little town in the mountains, I would just like run around and then play in the nature all day outside. But the teenage years were a little hard because there's nothing to do for like a teenager or a young person. And I ended up kind of hating it. And then moving away, you to a big city, which I love, you still start appreciating the hometown. So when I go back, I really, really have a lot of fun. Even the little things that I didn't even used to notice, like having drinkable water in fountains every, like, you know, every other meter. That's pretty cool. Mm. Mm-mm. Yeah, primordial. Okay, that I did say a usable word there. Yeah, I know. It's really, really cool. Live near Lake God. That's very true. But I don't know, Kendon, like, wouldn't you say that like lake and sea have a different feeling? I mean, they have a different taste, like one's salty and what's not. But apart from that, would you say that like a lake is very similar to living by the sea or not? That's interesting because in my mind it's kind of not, but I don't know, maybe from the perspective of someone who comes from the sea, it could be. Let's see, just looking at places where I might want to put some more of these highlights here, but he's looking pretty nice. It's weird because like you can see a lot of the brush strokes when he's wet like this, but the way I'm seeing him, he's a lot more smooth. So I'm like, no, trust me, he's smoother than he looks. This camera's too good. It's catching up on all of those little like imperfections that aren't even there. There you go, get some of that. Ooh, or actually, what could we do for a kind of different highlight maybe? Mm-hmm. Yeah, how about some ultramarine, some cadmium red, but more ultramarine. And then adding, that's a lot of color, but I'll get there. Ultramarine and cadmium red. And then we take a little bit of that and we, yeah, I might like this. I might like this bluish gray. That might be what I was looking for. Maybe not quite as bright because it's not the brightest highlights that I'm looking for here. Sorry, sometimes I think I realize sometimes I kind of start muttering because I start talking to myself about what I'm doing. I hope I'm not speaking too low here. Yeah, I was gonna say Candon, but I guess that would be the best of both worlds kind of thing. I guess there are some places, even here in Japan, I've been like in the Tottori prefecture. It's kind of a place where you have the mountains that go down to meet the sea. So I guess you could go to a place like that. By the way, did you know that speaking of the Tottori prefecture, there is a place there. If you Google, I think, what is it called? I think if you Google like Tottori sand dunes or sand dunes in Tokyo, you can see that there's a place, or not Tokyo, sorry, Japan. It's a place that looks like a desert and it's in Japan. There's like these big sand dunes where you can go and actually do like, I don't know, sand sliding and stuff like that. And it looks really cool and it doesn't look like it's Japan. Um, there's a lot of weird places here that not a lot of people know about. Um, Land, lake, ceiling is not the same. Oh well, yeah, exactly. That sounds like a very deep bathtub, James. Only see small private boat. Oh, I see. I see. Well, what do we have here? I guess, yeah, Tokyo is by the sea. I keep forgetting it because it doesn't, when you're walking around Tokyo, it really doesn't feel like you're in a city by the sea. I guess you realize once it starts like getting windy, which it really likes getting windy when it's raining. So it's really funny, like when it rains, you see like you got all of the people's umbrellas. Like you see the day after it rains, there's a whole bunch of broken umbrellas all over the place. People just abandoned there like fallen warriors. That's really funny. But yeah, I guess if you go to some parts of Tokyo, of course, you can see the bay. But even then, it's hard to actually find a place where you can see the open sea.
Yes.
Ooh, Abadux, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good day here. I'm getting super close to that 12-hour stream. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it, but I already have a mini for it, and I think you guys are gonna like it. I'm gonna show it when we actually get to the stream there. But yeah. And it also looks like people have been hacking away at the current stream boss. That's I think Aaron's days are numbered there. Oh, I almost did one of those things where you translate from Italian. See, in Italian you say that someone's days are counted, not numbered. That's how you can hear that someone's not a native. There you go, just getting a bit of that on the feet. Candon, I know. And by the way, I actually do have something stronger than water. I have our plum liquor, which it's a very sophisticated and expensive plum liquor that comes in a carton and costed about $2, but it's very good plum liquor. So thank you for reminding me that I had some. Actually catching that new follow with the tiny stein. And yep. So speaking of plums, actually, if I was showing the plum pictures before, the plum blossoms from Tokyo, if there's anybody that hasn't seen them yet, let me know. If you want to see some seasonal images from the big city, I will show you the pictures I took the other day in Tokyo of the beautiful plum blossoms. I actually don't remember how long ago that was. I remember I showed them after James came in, but there might have been more people coming in since. And Candon, you are correct. That is umeshu. I call it plum liquor because, you know, I'm not sure whether people know. I know people know sake, which is it's a funny word because it is used to, you know, to mean sake, but the word sake in Japanese actually just means alcohol. Literally just means alcohol. Like beer is sake, whiskey is sake. The real word the Japanese people use for sake is nihonshu, which just means Japanese alcohol. But you know, that's an interesting bit that I was surprised to learn, and I don't know how many people know about. I definitely have told it to some people before. Sorry for slipping down to the bottom of the screen there for a second. I am liking this skin. So we're getting this like very nice light blue here for our colder highlights. Down here on the legs. Actually, let's look at some of the back, the posterior area. Oh, there's a hair. I don't want hairs on my mini. Go away. Where are you? No, you're still there. I see you. Go away. Go away now. Please go away. Oh boy. Sorry, I hate hairs on my minis. Ugh. I don't even have a pet. There's just fuzzies everywhere. But yeah, there we go. Okay, let's get back in position here. Let's get back to our skin tone. So yeah, I was actually debating whether or not to put maybe some tattoos on this guy's skin. We could do that. I could even like wait until the next stream and do that, and then once this guy has like dried a little bit, we'll see how he feels in a bit. We'll see where we get. It is still, yeah, it's not a terrible time yet, so still have some time to make those decisions. Yeah, I can definitely feel like the the oils with the quick drying oil that I got. I think they're drying, yeah, quicker. I can feel them be like stiffen up on the palette, which is kind of cool. They're still usable. They're still, you know, you just add a little bit of thinner and you're good. But that is very, very interesting. So hopefully this will dry well. Another thing to see here is how shiny is this quick dry miniature. That's going to be a big one. Because if it's too shiny, I'm just not going to use it. I do not like shiny miniatures where they don't need to be shiny. Yeah, James, I hear you there. I mean, if I got one of my hairs on this miniature, that'll be like the whole one of my hairs can probably wrap around the whole miniature and just make a little mummy because I have a very long hair. So you can really tell around the house when it's one of my hair, like in the sink and stuff like that. But yeah, there's just fuzzies everywhere, especially in winter when you're wearing maybe the, you know, not cotton, like those fuzzy shirts and stuff like that. I have a lot of those because I really like fuzzy stuff when it comes to clothing and dogs. But man, if I ever get a dog, it's gonna be like you cannot enter or be anywhere close to this space, especially because you wouldn't really want a doggo up here anyway, so that's that'd be okay. I'm actually getting some of this red here because I think I want to go with the pinkish base. I think I decided, so I want to get some more pinkish like under highlights down here, just a little bit. It's a little hard to see, but there we go. A bit there, a bit maybe over here, and here. Been definitely playing around a lot more with object source lighting since I started oils because, well, I used to hate it. I used to hate it because to do stuff like him, which is not even as good as I would have wanted it to be, but to do stuff like him, it was like I had to tear my hair out for the desperation of the, oh my god, it doesn't blend as and I'm not using what are they called, the airbrushes. Like I was doing everything with a brush, so I didn't even have that, oh well, you're gonna blend a little bit with the acrylics with the airbrush. Nope, I was trying to blend with brushes, even using maybe some of those contrast paints and the glaze medium to get the paints to not dry instantly on me. But yeah, you know what, I think that's it. I think that might be where most people divide there, like where when it comes to people that enjoy oils and people that enjoy acrylics more, like I think it's all down to what you uh what you are most uncomfortable with. If you don't like your paint to dry instantly on the miniature, or if you don't like your miniature to take a long time to dry, because those are the two main like drawbacks. And I heard quite some people that they say, yeah, the oils sound great, but I don't want my miniature to take forever to dry. So I guess that's like kind of the where your priorities are will depend what kind of paint medium you use. And that's great that we have both for both kinds of people. But I really, unless I have something that I have to, I have a deadline for, which if I could, I'd rather not even, like, I'll tell you my deadline. Like, you'll get the miniature when the oils are dry. I would rather do that and paint with oils than accept a deadline and having to paint with acrylics. I haven't painted with acrylics in a while, actually. The poor ugly dolls. Oh man. I don't think I've seen the poor ugly dolls, James. That I'm getting I'm getting the creeps just hearing about those. No, I don't think I am aware of the poor ugly dolls. A lot of my painting chums prefer the more rigid process with acrylics, base, washes, glazes. Yeah, the GW approach, right? That's legit. 1 liter at a time, letting it dry in between. Oh man. I mean, yeah. The candle. We were talking about that before. I think it's all down to that attacking someone's belief. That's why when you're talking to someone and you have a different opinion, because it is such a reality, like for some people, and you are saying the opposite, like for example, you will say, well, but the oils, like, they work better. I think some people will just feel attacked because you're attacking their reality, their beliefs, when it's just, it's just different opinions. But it's hard sometimes because some people are really attached to their beliefs. But I really think I really like talking to people that have different opinions than I have, because I find it a lot more interesting than talking to people that have the same opinion, which of course it is also interesting because you can just share stuff and you'll have that sort of like common ground. But at the same time, it's always cool to hear different perspectives. And sometimes maybe you'll hear some things that you've never thought about and be like, huh, you know what? There might be something to this, right? Oh, Armor Wolf. Nice to see you still in there. That's the the mod that everybody envies to James. Oh no, Tame and I fell asleep. Oh no. Well, I'm really glad that we fixed the audio there of the alerts. Otherwise, that would have been a pretty a pretty bad wake up. But you have a great night. Go to sleep, and I'll see you soon. Thank you so much for popping in. Oh no, those dolls sound so scary. Not the cookies. No, not the cookies. Also, those cookies are lasting forever. That's what did you put in them? Are they made with like flour and preservatives? James, that's you'll know it a lot better than I do. That human nature, that instinct to protect, and also that assumption that, what would you call it? Like assumption of fight. Like when you try to talk to someone and you try to tell them like, well, you think like this, but I think like that. There's always that assumption that is supposed to be a fight. We're supposed to be defending our opinion or turning the other's opinion around. Yes, it's part of the human nature. I mean, I would know some of that. We're so, like, Italians are so bad for that because everything has to be like a soccer game. You have to always have a part. You have to cheer one side. You can't. It's very, sometimes it can get a little frustrating. So I guess that's one of the things I like about Japan. They don't get all fighty with opinions. They're just like, oh, you think like that? Oh yeah, sure, cool, me too, even if they don't. There was actually some interesting stuff I was hearing from this girl, like some very sneaky ways that Japanese have to like agree with you, but don't agree with you at the same time, which is great. But a cool example too is like if you ask someone, like if you ask someone, it's like, hey, do you like I don't know, steak? And they don't really like it, they won't say I hate it, or they won't say I don't like it. They'll say I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. But they'll say like, oh, I don't hate it. Like they have a lot of these neutral comments that I find really kind of amusing. Let me see here. I want to put some color back up in the white hair. So let me see if we can do a bit of highlights up there. Oh, I will look forward to seeing the pictures there, James. I've been liking our exchanges of pictures every once in a while. I have to remember to show you the pictures of the architecture stuff here in Tokyo. I gotta remember to show you that. Yeah, right, Kendon? James is like, turns up with his oils and does everything perfect in 2 hours on the stream. How can you not hate James? He makes you buy all these oils and you can't even be angry at him because then he points out how it's actually cheaper to buy all these oils than it is to buy acrylics. He is an infuriating fella, that James. There you go. There we go. Just trying to put some of this highlights up on the hair. I think I'm finding white hair a little easier than black hair. Black hair has been a little bit of my kryptonite. Like I never seem to get them to look as I would like them to. But that's kind of why I've been painting all of these minis with black hair. If you go back and look at my streams, a lot of the minis I painted, I decided to give them black hair because it's like, well, if I don't exercise in it, I will never find my sort of like my style for it. So that's kind of why I've been doing a lot of black hair there. It's just like it's become like almost like a personal challenge now. It's like I will win this war, black hair. I think it's also maybe because some of these minis are so tiny and you want to put, you know, black hair. If you actually look at pictures of people with black hair, there's not much on there in terms of highlights. It's pretty just black, but because it's a miniature painting thing, you want to put a bit of those highlights, you want to put something in there. And in such a small miniature like this, it ends up being like a highlight that's too big and it ends up looking like the hair is gray or more white or a little weird, but I think I'll find a style that suits me in the end. There we go. A little bit of that. Okay, get some separation there between the hair and the rest of the skin. Ooh. Yeah, I think you could use some more highlights actually on those legs there. What do we want to do there? Not too much, but just a little bit. That's a very vague way of saying it, but you know. Oh. Oh, Brianna, I can I feel you. You get in with that Streamlabs, maybe you open up OBS, you move stuff around, and maybe you go and like you make some widgets or stuff like that. There's always like if you give it time, it'll get like a little bit almost addictive where it's like, oh, I gotta add stuff to the stream, I gotta add stuff to the stream. Like that's kind of fun to do. And then maybe you want to make some emotes for the things. I did actually the other day. I put in the Tiny Stein and they approved it, which is great because I got the first second tier subscription, so I was like, oh, I have to have a freaking, I wasn't expecting to get one, and I was like, oh no, I want to put something out there. So I was like, well, I think Tiny Stein is pretty up there. So we did that, and it took a while actually. They approved my first emote quite quickly. I know that I think James was having problems with the emote approvals, that they wouldn't approve like your brush, the one true brush emote, I think you said, which is kind of weird. It's just a brush. And with the fact that it was a picture, my two emotes are pictures too. So if you need any like comparison, like I send them two pictures and they approved them. So I don't know. Or maybe I don't think you got it approved in the end because I didn't see it in your thing. But you know, those things are the little things that I give up on emotes, yeah. Yeah. I think I don't want to go crazy with them. Maybe I'll get someone to draw some for me at some point, but I think if someone has done the subscription, I would like to have at least one there for them to use because it's kind of, it's nice. And it was actually a pretty easy one for me to upload because I already had the picture that I used for that. It's that picture you see in bottom left, just without the see-through in it, and now it's an emote. But I don't know, stream look-wise, I think I'm pretty good with how it looks now. I don't want to put too many widgets in. But Brianna, I hope I hope you had some fun doing some more stream stuff. There you go. Candon's using the duck. It's popping up everywhere on the stream. I have it everywhere. But I just think it looks silly and awesome. Oh, that's nice. I know Arcane Static is really onto that stuff, and he's got some experience, so. And that's nice. I think sometimes he does some drawings and stuff like that. I don't know if you do yourself, Brianna, but I wish I was able to. I mean, if I sit down and like I doodle for a while, I can probably come up with something presentable for like an emote, but I would have to actually train a bit more to be able to actually draw something. Like if you ask me draw a person or a face, I'd be like, yeah, sure. Just look away for a second as I print this image from someone else's design and copy it. But yeah, let's put in some more light up here. I think this leg here was looking pretty dark. Oh, that's nice, Brianna. That's a really good idea, because sometimes the doggo goes away. Was I specific? Yeah, that's why we have commissions. As we welcome in Thaler. Hey, how are you doing? Welcome back in. I hope you're having a good day so far. Good morning, maybe. I'm not sure. Let me see here. Go. We are putting some paint up on this. Well, I decided it's a drow. I know he's supposed to be a incubus in sort of like human form, but he's got elf ears, and I thought it would be, I mean, what would an incubus be in like humanoid form? A drow, right? What else? I think it's time to get a little bit more of that that plum liquor in. Boom. There we go. Oh man, now I actually want to find some time to take some pictures of the last minis that I finished, because we have quite some stream minis that need to go up on the Instagrams. But I just finished like varnishing them and, you know, kind of like cleaning up the base the other day. I usually will take like some acrylics, and I'll, you know, you color the around the base there, and then I varnish it, and then it's ready for pics. So now I got a whole bunch that are ready. I've got the zombie girl, we got the one we painted in 4 hours, and this is actually the one I showed someone where they told me I don't like using oils because they look like they don't look as intense as acrylics. And then I showed him this, and I was like, he's like, okay. And then we got our Nothic that I gotta put up. So we got a whole bunch. Oh, and let's not forget the Minotaur. The Minotaur needs to go up. So the eyes on this guy were so weird, actually, because they actually, the cast and play people, I think they, how would you just say, like the eye is just not just the eyeball. It looks like the iris was concave or something like that. So I wasn't really sure how to paint them. I made them sort of just glowy, but you know, beautiful, beautiful print, and I had so much fun doing that base. I will do that so much more often. And Balor's having an awesome day. What a great thing to hear. I am so happy. Being a little bad. Oh, that's another whiskey drinker. That's nice. We were just talking about Japanese whiskey just before. Wow. This is the great stream to be if you've had a few. Because many times we'll be having the we call it the drink fairy that swings by and brings us something. So you know. Well, that's great that you're having a good time there. There you go. Oh, and Voodoo Graphics is in as well. Hey. Oh, that's nice. I'm doing great. Yeah, finally getting to some streaming here. Finally get into some streaming after a week of shenanigans and work and just like crazy, crazy stuff. But I have been so happy that I can finally stream again. So, yeah, it's just been a little busy, but it's okay, because all of this busy stuff that I'm doing will eventually lead me to having or lead to me having more time to stream. So it's all for a good purpose. It's all for the greater good, like Dumbledore would say. So I have been doing great. I hope you have been doing great too. And let me see here. We are just putting highlights in at this point. Oh my God, this is all dry. That's crazy. I can still thin it. Like with the thinner, I can use it again. But when I go taking it, it's dry already. And these are the oldest colors I have on the palette. They're from our pre-glaze, and they're wet. So that's interesting, mixing that that quick dry thing. I don't know why I'm so surprised, because that is what they were advertising. I guess because I know that people like James have had mixed results with the quick dry stuff, where they were supposed to dry quicker, but they actually dried slower. I'm actually surprised that it works. So that's good. Oh, Jetrum's coming in. G'day, g'day. Hey, how have you been doing there? Hope you're having a great day. Oh, we are doing some of what one of what I love doing the most, which is painting skin on miniatures with not very much items of clothing on, which is, you know, that's we've been calling it his attire, but that's not been a lot that we've been having to worry about painting. Oh, I'm glad to hear, Jetrum. I have been, like I was saying, a little busy, but super happy to be streaming. Oh, I guess I can show it one more time. I've been into town for work. Clothes are overrated, yeah. I've been into town for work, and I did take a few pictures of the plum blossoms in Tokyo, which were really beautiful, and they are a little underrated, I have to say, because everybody loves their cherry blossoms, but they're actually pretty beautiful. So right now Tokyo looks like this in many places. This is a Shinto shrine, and this is a plum blossom that has two different colors of flowers on the same tree, which is pretty beautiful. It's a little Japanese garden here. And this actually, the structure that you see in the front there, that's in May, that's going to be filled with wisteria. This shrine is really famous for wisteria. I think they have a wisteria festival, a plum blossom festival, and even a chrysanthemum festival, that flower that I can't pronounce, like in autumn. And that is the Tokyo Sky Tree, which is a relatively new landmark in Tokyo. I think it's from 2012, so not super new, but it's pretty high and beautiful at night when it's lit up. But I, at least having to work a lot, meant that I could see some of that stuff, which was quite beautiful. I hope you like it too. I have to say that since I moved to Japan, I got so much more into the seasonality of things. But yeah, let me see here. We got that. Oh, I just spotted a little place there that is not having enough light colors on. So we're gonna do just that. We're gonna put a little bit of lighter color on there. Man, it does feel like forever since I've been streaming. Just you skip like 2 days and it'll be like, oh man, it's been, will people even remember me? We haven't done anything on the face. I was wondering about, you know, what to do for the eyes. You know what, actually, this might be a good time to go back with just a little bit of darkness into the recesses, and I think, yeah, I think I would like to do just that. Let's do that. Let's maybe get a smaller brush here. We have laws here about in public. Oh yeah, Fowler, that's exactly what it is. I wanted to say something about it, but I forgot. I knew it wasn't like the tallest tower But yeah, it's I really like the sky tree, and it's really funny because I think as they were building it, they were planning for it to be the first tallest man-made structure on Earth. But then out of the blues, in some other place in Asia, I think they just unveiled this other structure that was like way higher than uh, than the sky tree. So they ended up being the second. They they do love that kind of stuff here in Japan. Like when they're trying to advertise something, they'll always say, "Oh, this is the only place in Japan that does this or that has that." And there's even an amusement park here which is has pretty crazy rides, but basically they built it just for it to have like they wanted every ride to be a Guinness World Record winning ride, like the one with the most turns, the one with the steepest roller coaster and so on. And it's a little old now, so a lot of these have been they're not a record anymore, but there's some crazy rides in there. And there's also what probably is the scariest freaking ghost or haunted house in the world, which I don't even want to talk about that. It is terrifying. It's like an insane asylum kind of thing. Even if I told you what's in there, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't spoil it because they are really good about that. They keep changing it. I'm just gonna say that I'm not too much for horror, and it's really long. It's like 45 minutes long. When I went in, I ended up going out from the first door that was available to go out because it's like if you're chicken, you can just get out from this door. They have kind of like safe points. I'm just gonna tell you that I went out at the first door and I'm not joking. I was crying. I was crying. I'm an adult person and I was crying. I did not like that. Like I had to go to the stupid little Hamtaro ride after that because I was crying. It's too fucking scary. Yeah, but two other people that I know went in and they did the whole thing and they told me, and I'm like, I could have never done that. That's freaking crazy. But anyway, I don't know if any of you that has been in Japan knows about that place. It's called Fuji-Q. It's cool too because it's pretty close to Mount Fuji or to a place where you can see Mount Fuji from. So you'll be on these rides and there's Mount Fuji right there. You can see it, which is pretty cool. Oh, thank you so much, Voodoo Graphics. I really appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. You have yourself a great day as well, and I hope to see you soon in this or any other stream. It's always great to have you. Have fun. Yeah, Thaler, it is. It is a pretty cool place, and if you love that kind of stuff, like the scary stuff, I'm more of a roller coaster kind of person. I love roller coasters. Doesn't matter how extreme they are. I love them. But haunted houses, not really. It might not have helped that that was my first ever haunted house that I ever went to. So it's like I think I did a good parallel there. Like it's like you take someone that has never had any kind of alcohol and you just make them down like a pint of absinthe, and you're like, yeah, this is an alcoholic drink. It's like, yeah, but like kind of like work your way up to it. That was kind of what I did with that. That was traumatizing experience. So let's put a little bit of a darkness back in there. Where's this eye? Let me see there. I really, really need to get myself one of those magnifying thingies. Ooh, it almost looks like he's wearing makeup now. We just turned him into a goth kid. It's fine. Well, it'll be better. Actually, this might be a kind of a good color for the nips here. I can see one here. Can see one here. I might have to paint in the other one if I can't see it. Let me see. Oh boy. I think, oh yeah, I see it. It's here. Oh, sorry about that. It's here. Tiny nips. Okay. So just putting in some of those more darker colors, like gotta get that belly button that got a little overpainted there. It's bringing some darkness back into the miniature and some blue tones as well. Oops, I didn't mean for that to go in there. There you go. I'm not even doing a wash yet. I'm just gonna place some darker paint in there, and it's actually sticking. So, you know, always listen to the paint. If you're trying to do something and the paint doesn't stick, don't just force it, just do something else, because the oils talk to you and they say, no, we don't want that. Yo, True Sausage is peeking in. Thank you, thank you. Say hi to Avocado if you're over there. Tell him I want some of, I want to eat his candy towers because they look so real. But thank you for that peek. I do that sometimes too, because there are too many good painters out there. So sometimes you'll be in one stream and then you get the notification for another, and you're like, oh no, what do I do? I want to watch both live. But oh well. I think might be good with darkness back down there. There you go. What do we got here? Maybe a little bit in here. Ooh, yes, down here. I kind of want to fix that base as well, but I had to wait a bit because there was a bit of paint on it, so I didn't want to, you know, strip it or overpaint it and get all that mud. I would rather be like, all right, there's borderline too much paint on there. Either, you know, either just brush it off with a sponge, but you know, if you like the color that's on there, if you're good with it, just go back to it the day after, you know. If you have that liberty of waiting the time, like sometimes I'd be like, you know what, I don't want to work on that part because it looks like it's too oily at the moment. I'm just gonna wait for it to dry a bit, and then like tomorrow it'll still be workable. It won't be completely dry. Oh, we'll see what happens with having put in there the 1-day quick dry paint, but I think if you, like, mathematically, if I mix a bit of 1-day dry paint with a bunch of more than 1-day drying paint, it shouldn't dry in 1 day, should it? But you know, who am I to be able to do math? I suck at math. Jet room, yeah, I know. I do that, like those times where I'm maybe doing something painting related, I put on streams. Sometimes you know, you're listening, but they say something interesting, so you want to answer in chat, and you end up just participating, which, you know, it's good. It's all good. It's maybe you don't get as productive, but it is a lot of fun. Definitely a lot of fun. So this paint has sat up here for a while, so I'm gonna blend it a little. It's gonna aim for that big smoothness there, because we are the brush brigands that aim to steal all of the smoothness and keep it for ourselves. Maybe just share it between each other, just a little, in the form of tips and just sharing the experiences. But there you go. Yeah. So he's looking pretty good. I mean, he's looking pretty drow. So again, we might do some freehand on him. I'm pondering. What is up here? I think I might have to put a little bit of a highlight on there, but you know what? I know what to do. I think there has to be a little bit of a dark line to sort of separate the skin from the eyebrow. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, come on, train, stop passing, stop shaking the house. Thank you. I don't know, there must be different types of trains, because sometimes it passes and I can barely hear it, and sometimes it passes and I'm like, oh my god, it's an earthquake. So definitely there might be some different stuff there. So we got a little bit of a mouth going on with a darker color there, but I don't want too much darker color there. It's gonna look like he's wearing makeup, which, you know, it's fine. He can wear makeup if he wants to, but it's I don't think I see him as very makeup wearing. What is down there? Is that the underside of the nose? I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Sorry for being out of focus just for a second. That just might be something in the print. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna make it a little darker just so it blends in with the rest of the undernose there. There we go. Yeah, I think it's a bit of nose there. Maybe there was just a tiny support there or something. So that yeah, should take care of it. It's really like, you realize how important it is to look at your miniature from like different perspectives, because you'd be looking at it like this the whole time, and then you go like this and it's like, oh god, that looks weird. So let me see, is it gonna look better if I do, oops, sorry, this? Is it a bit better or is it too bright? Let me know. We're also gonna do a quick, there you go. Let me know if that's too bright or if that's better for you guys. What else are we doing? Oh yeah, we were putting some darks back in there. I don't think I was finished. I do not think I was finished. What time is it? Okay, just checking that I was caught up with chat. Sometimes I feel like I don't look at it for too long and some messages slip away, especially when there's someone, you know, you have that thing, right, when you're going away and you say goodbye in stream, and then you wait for the streamer to acknowledge it, and then they just sit there painting for 10 minutes without looking at chat, and you're like awkwardly sitting there so just waiting for, you know, the permission to leave, kind of. Or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. It could be just me. Oh well. Oh well, let's see here. So let's actually turn around this thing, because I've been trying to wipe the brush on, basically I'm trying to wipe my brush on oil. So there we go. Get back in there. Just looking at the face here. He's got that. I think we can go back with some white in there. I just wanted to put a bit of a lighter tone up on that forehead. Just a bit. Yeah, we can actually just put a drop there. And then we can blend it if we'd like. Oh, I put that little dot in between the eyebrows. That was some aim there. That's good. I wish I could do that with eyes more often. But there we go. Got this. Okay. I like that you can see just a little hint of brown, of blue, of green in some parts of the skin. I think that's how I like my my grays. Just Just a bunch of different colors in there. There we go. Ooh, look at that ear that's looking at me, wondering, when are you gonna paint me? I'm gonna do that right now, Miss Ear. That's one of those weird things that ear, the noun ear, is actually a female noun in Italian, so that's why I said Miss Ear. But that's so weird because people that speak some European languages, they'll always have like a gender in mind when they talk about inanimate objects. Like we were saying that on someone's stream. I forgot. Maybe Thunderhead, I think. Where what was it? It was something funny. I forgot what it was, but it was two similar words, and one was a male noun and one was a female noun. That was really interesting. That's Latin languages are just silly like that. It's like you don't really need inanimate objects to be like that. It's confusing for people that are trying to learn the language, but you know. You do that, but you have a limit and dignity. I know, Judge Room. I mean, if like, you know, a couple of minutes go by, I will just check out too. But there's always that like benefit of the doubt, like about like that 1 minute where you're like just sitting there for a bit and you're trying to decide, okay, do I just leave? Do I stay? Do I give it one more minute? But I think it's really funny. Or sometimes you write a message and then there's a raid and your message just gets buried. And you're just like, all right, well, they don't need me anyway. But no, I like when people write, you know, when they come in, when they go out, what they're doing, because it gives me more of that feeling of like, you know, we're all here sitting at the table together. It's really nice. Yeah, it's looking pretty cool. You know, if he was a little bigger, I kind of have half the idea of giving him something like blue eyes. We could try. I mean, you know, we could start by just putting some white in there, but yeah, actually, I think this eye might have gotten a little, yeah, it's a little hard to figure out where the eye is. Might have gone just a little bit washed out by the print. So, I mean, it's normal for such a small miniature. It might even just be how it is sculpted, where once it's, you know, you're putting some color on it, it's a little harder to understand what's what. There we go. So, I might try. For now, let me just put a bit more, like, just highlights up on the skin. Oh, you're painting 3D prints, chat room? Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I can speak only for, you know, having seen other people print, but it really looks like it's something that it takes a bit of time to learn, definitely. And there have been some discoveries made along the road. I think one of the biggest things, at least I hear, is that a lot of people that are the one that actually make the tutorial videos and stuff like that, they don't know how to print well. So it's a little hard. And then you'll get like, you know, you'll get one of those miniature printers. And I literally, like, my printing guy, he told me that the way that he set up his printer, that's not the way that is written in the you know, the manual that comes with it. And it's like, well, you do this, but it doesn't state in the manual, so that's pretty hard. And I guess it's hard too, because like, as you know, people that get their miniatures printed, you want to know that they're safe, because you know, if you look up the I was talking to James about it just the other day, and the resin especially can be pretty dangerous if you don't know how to treat with it. Like I know a lot of people don't have the proper environment in their house. That I've seen people post videos and they're not even wearing gloves, and it's like, oh my god, it's not gonna end nicely. I don't want to see how this ends. And there's that, and then we were talking about the whole like hollowing the big minis, how if you hollow a mini but you don't make drainage holes, they'll literally explode and you'll have a whole bunch of uncured resin on your hands. It's definitely something that needs some learning. So Jetrum, I hope your guy, I mean, if they are printing, are probably, you know, if they keep printing, I'm sure that they're gonna get better and better prints. Oh, and the other thing is that you'll find stuff like pre-supported miniatures, but not all of those pre-supported ones are printable. Some of them are actually very bad. I was just looking at, I forgot what it was. I mean, one of the many 3D printable files that was for sale on one of those sites, and it was a pre-supported model. It was like 20 bucks, and it just had like the first, second, third, and so on comments were just like, supports are too thin, supports don't work, you have to redo the supports. So yeah, I hear you with that. Mostly disappointing garbage. Ah, yeah. No, you can definitely get gorgeous prints with a 3D printer. You can definitely can. Just want to show this into this. Oh man, Jetrum, don't you like? I guess you don't have another person that you can order from. Not sure from where you are. Like I know that there's a lot of people that offer the thing on Etsy. The offer the service. I hope maybe you can find someone else, because that sounds like a shame. I think Unexpected too was painting a 3D printed miniature, and he was saying that the details were a little soft on her as well. I've been painting some pretty nicely made ones lately. Like this guy, I remember, like, you know, when I first started printing or painting, you could see some of the first tries, and I remember having to sand down a whole bunch of support marks. This mini literally does not have any support mark on it. It might have one, I think I can see a few like here exactly on the bottom of the crotch, but there's no support marks. I remember seeing the first samples of 3D printed minis, and like, you know, the underside of it was riddled with support marks. This one's gorgeous. It looks like a casted mini just without mold lines. It's beautiful. So it's been coming up pretty well, I think. There might be a little bit too much light on the belly side there. I might have to go back in there in a minute. No, thank you, Jetrum. But yeah, so there's hope. It's commission. Oh, I see. Oh man, Jetrum, that's even, in a way, that's even more cruel, because you're like, these suck, but I'm getting paid for it. Oh well, you know. I guess it might be a little frustrating because you're like, you know, because they are printed like that, maybe they don't look as good as they would, and maybe you're afraid like that he's gonna blame you for it when it's the model that's printed like that. Well, you know, or maybe just show him a whole bunch of other miniatures and be like, you know, you can do better than this. I believe in you. You can do better than this. Just, I didn't like how bright everything was down here, so we're gonna go back and darken it down just a bit, because that is, sometimes you just want to make things darker. There's no, shouldn't be afraid of doing that. Like, maybe you look at your mini, you've been you've been going a little like brush happy with painting your skin tones, and you're like, huh, something looks off about that belly. And you're like, yeah, maybe it shouldn't be that bright. Why is it that bright? So just go back and darken it, and then maybe I'll put a few dots of highlights on it, but not on the whole belly, right? Oh, how long have we been going? Let me see. A minute. No, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours, and we're not doing bad. We've been concentrating a lot on the skin tones here, but actually I've been waiting on that chain because I wanted to have a color for the base. So let me look at it a little bit. I think what I want to do is I want to get the base a little less pink and a little more like maybe, you know, ooh, wow, my pinky just froze there for a minute. That just I couldn't bend it. That was weird, but it happens. It's from back those days where I used to play guitar. But what I was gonna say is, let me find a brush here. Oh, this one. And we're gonna make it a more like reddish brown color rather than that pink. So we're just gonna do that. Jetrum turned down a few jobs. Yeah, exactly. Like I remember with you know, some early prints, like I would spend a lot of times just sanding down and trying to get rid of support marks, and it's just at some point it's just not worth it, right? That's super true. And it's a shame because it's just like, dude, you're making these, just take a bit more time and learn how to do it, and it'll look so good. You've got the tool. You've got the tool. Learn it. But yeah. I think, you know, the other thing might be that a lot of people actually don't realize how good of a print you can get with these things. And maybe they just like, they settle down and they're happy with what they got. But, you know, you'll see maybe on Reddit, it'd be like, oh, this is my first print. It looks so good. And then you look at the picture and it's like, yeah, well, good job. Well done. If you like it, that's the important thing. That I think it's such a, you know, it's such a new thing that some people don't realize how actually beautiful they can be. And even James was talking about it some time ago before he tried printing again. And I think he had a bit of an experience with some pre-supported models that he had, and he thought it was him not being able to print, where it was more like the files he had weren't very printable or something like that. And he was like, I remember him saying in a stream, he was like, yeah, I don't think 3D printing is there yet quality wise. I think he was saying something like that. And I thought, maybe we need the right files, because that's a thing too. It's not just the learning how to print, is also those pre-supported files sometimes just fail. There's so many factors. I think it's gotta be bothered putting the time, so yeah. That's sad, Jetroom. I know a few people. Yeah. I hope you can maybe find someone else if it's for you. I mean, it sounds like if this guy is commissioning, there's not much to do for that. Well, then spend hours fixing the during. Wow. Yeah, like I think there are a lot of great modelers out there. Really stunning works that like would have never seen the light of day as a miniature if we didn't have miniature printing, sorry. However, I see that a lot of modelers, maybe they don't have a 3D printer themselves, and that might be why it's like their models are have a lot of thin parts. Like there are a few sometimes I see, and it's like that looks gorgeous, but if you make a paper thin sword, and it's not even that's not gonna print. It might print, but as soon as you try to, take it into your hand, like and then, like move it across a table, if you're not using it as an exposition piece, it's just gonna break. It's just gonna break. This guy here, this gorgeous Minotaur, had some, I think you can see here these tiny little dots here on the chain. Those were attachments to where these tiny little feathers were attached, and they were not like, they were just like flying in the air. He had a little charm with feathers here. I just had to clip them. Those things, like you literally poke them and they fall. So I'm not sure. Maybe some of these stuff is supposed to be for show only. But for example, Artisan Guild is really good at making stuff that is nice and thick. Like when there's a sword, it's a thick sword. Fingers are thick. They're like they really make 3D printable stuff, and that's probably part of why they have so many followers and Patreons. But there are others that that's, you could argue that's just their style. But I don't see any of those figures being usable in like a game, because it's just as beautiful as they are, they're just it's gonna break. But hopefully it's a new thing, and people will just figure it out more and more. The more that we use them, right? The more we use them, the more we'll give people feedback. So let's see. What color was I using? Oh, that one. Yeah. Sometimes the palette gets a little busy and I forget where I was working on. But there you go. I've been trying to get this sort of like almost glowy kind of color here going on. I want to see how that works. Like maybe we can do it more of a reddish pink over here, and it goes over to a dark purple in the back. Why not? Yeah, that's a good idea. Thanks for bringing it up. So yeah, let's do that. And then let's take a bit of the dioxazine purple, actually. Let's put it in here. Oh, overtaking. That's dioxazine purple for you. It's just like you give it your brush and it'll take your whole arm. There you go. Oh, actually, a little bit of white. That's kind of the same looking. There we go. Let's see how that looks. But I think it's a really cool thing that so many people are getting into printing, though, because, well, if anything, there's gonna be more and more just 3D printing services out there, both for the files and actual 3D printers being developed. That can't be anything but good, because we're gonna have more competition, we're gonna have better prices. It's gonna be better down the line. It's going to be better down the line. So let me see here. I really want to get some variation, a little bit of variation of colors in that base. So pardon the voice dying here, but we're still going strong. Still going strong. We're not giving up. Oh, and then of course we can put some darkness back in there, of course. Well, now we got some color scheme in. I might actually put a bit more, like I might actually be able to do the chain, because I'm like, I can't do the chain if I don't know what color the ground is, right? Because that's gonna be the sort of like highlights that that get reflected in the chain. Am I right? So we're actually gonna put some of the pink up on the chain, and we're gonna give it some very bright pink highlights. How's that looking? Yeah, I kind of think, I kind of like it. Oh, I want to put a bit of pink on the hand. Oh, jet room. Oh, that's some dangerous stock you're doing there. Getting a 3D printer yourself, but that would mean that you're addicted then. Yeah, no. I mean, you know, you could also, I don't know what you do for a living and all that. It sounds like you do some commissions. It could be part of a new business kind of thing there rather than hobby. That'd be pretty cool. Like if you have people that give you commissions, it would be pretty cool that you can say, all right, you want this many? Okay, I'll print it and paint it. And that way it's that's solved for sure. Well, you know, I have been known to be a little bit of a snake, a tempting snake when it comes to that. Ask it to people that are like vaguely tempted about trying oils, and I like shamelessly go like one of us. You know, I'm just saying that could make a lot more sense if you got a 3D printer for yourself. It's got so many uses. But anyway, so I want to see what to do with this chain a little bit. So we'll have some pink there. Not too much over there, maybe a little here. Yes. These, I think we would need a little bit of pink over here. Man, I keep slipping to the bottom left of the screen. You guys gotta let me know if I start getting out of the screen there. Maybe I should make a command for it. Stila, come back. Stila, you're going away. It's like, I have to go now. My planet needs me. It slides out. There we go. I love this little crotch piece here. I meant a tire. All right. Does he need, how far do we want this glowy effect to go? I think for now it'll be good like that, but we can consider. Okay, let me get the tinier brush here. Let me get another little bit of water here. Also, I know we like the tiny stein, but I also really like my water glass. I got it in the US. I think I got it in like a dollar store, but it's so much bigger than anything you would get from here in Japan. So if you guys are in the US, your glasses can fit so much shit. Like one glass of soda is like a lot of soda. Be careful. That's a thing. Like it's not much. It's not only about what you eat. It's also about the portions. That's why you have places like Japan where there's like barely any obesity. I guess it's been maybe on the rise a little bit with more fast foods. But like, you know, they have junk food here, they have crepes and they have stuff like that, but you should see the portions. You should see how big a bag of chips is here. And I went to the US and I'm like, I can use this bag of chips as a sleeping bag. It's like, holy hell, the portions are important, I feel. So that's interesting. I mean, it's like those big places, even when I went to Australia, everything was bigger. Like I come from a small town in Italy, so like our streets are small, our cars are small, our like, you know, our plates, our glasses are small. And then I went to Australia and it's like, oh, the roads are so wide, and then the glasses are so big. And also, like, you guys in the US have those, when you buy milk, you literally buy like a gallon, is it? A gallon? That it comes in like that, in a tank. And it's like, wow, I put my, like, if that looks like a tank, you should be putting car fuel in, not milk. That's a very big one. It's I like that. That's the stuff that sticks with you when you travel to a different country. Like I just love going to the supermarket and just checking out what people have there, what people buy every day. That's one of the best cultural trips you could do, in my opinion. It's a lot of fun. Now one thing I liked though is that you could get fruit and vegetables for a lot cheaper than you can here. If you love fruit and vegetables, don't move to Japan. You'll be you'll have a sad life in that respect, because it's not that they don't have fruits or vegetables. It's just that you need to be very rich to regularly have fruit or vegetables that that change every once in a while. That's not the same stuff. I mean, I love bananas and oranges, but if that's all I can buy, when one apple costs $3, it's like, oof, yeah, maybe I'll just buy that vitamin jelly instead, right? I've been liking this glow. It was kind of just in the back of my mind, but I think it's gonna be pretty nice. I really want to get a better lighting going for this guy, but we're gonna work on it. Maybe in a few weeks I'll work on the setup of the painting area and all that. So what was it doing? Yes, we were doing the chain. Let's get some, let me see. Can I use more of the quick dry color for the chain? I know it's an off color, it's not necessarily white, but maybe we can do something with it, and then we can give it the last highlights kind of with the white. I'm just trying to use a little bit less of the titanium white because it dries very, very slowly. Let me see here. It's supposed to be an opaque color. I think I find it covering enough, but it might be a little too, oh, again, I'm going back there. I need like an arm, like arm keeper, arm holder, some manacles, I don't know. Yeah, I might need to add a little bit of white to that. And if we add a bit of yellow, we'll get some saturation back in there. There we go. And let's see how that does. All right. Let me see here. We got that. Yeah, no, I think I would like to go in there with some, like a brighter color already. Think you gotta think oils, no layers, no layers. You gotta keep reminding yourself, oils really don't have layers. They're not like ogres. Oils are like, I don't know, what doesn't have layers? Not ogres. Okay. Let's get those highlights in there. I actually used the base that the, like, official base that this guy was supposed to come on, which has the chain that he's holding. But it's weird because looking at the pictures that they have, like the chain ends here that he's holding, but then it starts again from here, and I really wasn't sure what I was looking at, but apparently that's how you're supposed to have positioned it. Who knows? I tried to figure it out at some point, but I ended up thinking that must be it. That must be it. So yeah. So we let another train pass. And we're just okay, did you guys hear this one? I'm just curious because I know that we used to hear the trains on stream. I'm pretty sure you could hear them because I listened back to a stream and I could hear the rumble. So if you guys just hear the rumble, let me know. Because I'm curious to see if you ever hear it. Didn't hear it. Okay, so I guess you just don't hear it anymore. Well, that's good. It might have been like not too good for some people. I find it kind of relaxing. Might have been annoying for some. And that's good that you don't see the camera shaking or anything like that, because it does, sometimes it does shake the house a little bit. Not too much. It's just, you know, I live in a wooden house, so it'll shake the house a bit. Not enough to disrupt a stream, but enough that if I'm painting something like an eye, I want to wait a second for it to pass. But again, I do like when we came to see this house, it kind of looked like the guy was a little worried. He's like, yeah, there's a train. I don't know how you feel about that. And to me, it was actually kind of like a not a selling point, but it was like kind of cool. The guys next door, the ones that are living like right next to them, to the tracks, maybe that's a little much. But I know that it's like an older couple and he's almost deaf, which was really funny. Well, they're Japanese, of course, which was really funny when I went to, you know, to introduce myself and say hi. And this guy opens the door and he's literally terrified to see like a Westerner standing there. He's like, what's going on? And I start like saying stuff and he looks at me blankly and I'm like, oh no, I've broken him. And then he tells me like, I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. Let me call my uh, wife. I was like, oh, okay. He was just not hearing. So that's good. I guess it means we can be a little louder. Oh, look at this chain coming together. Nice chain. What is he gonna do with this chain? That's the question that maybe I don't want to know. There we go there. And all those chains in. And well, now that we have some whites in there, is it gonna be too much if I put it on some of the skellies? Maybe a little. Maybe we can use another color. Yeah, let's just leave it be for now. Oh, True Sausage is picking in. We're doing the chain. We're doing the chain. We finally decided what to do with the base, and now we're doing the chain. Oh, come on. Sorry. Let me do that for a second. There you go. The castle. Oh, log message. I can drink some water. The third is a message actually. It's a selling point because it's a testament. That's really cool. I like that, Jetrum. Thank you, True Sausage. Thank you so much. Oh, he was making me think of all the sausages I ate earlier today. They weren't as true as you, of course, but they were quite tasty. Were quite tasty, I have to say. Just getting some of that metallic reflections up there. Off of the chain. And we could do a little bit of maybe an indigo wash on it. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool, actually. Can do a little bit of an indigo wash. And actually, as we get up there, I should be using more of a bluish kind of highlight. Oh, look at that. This thing is so dry. So dry. Because of the quick dry. Wow, that's Rembrandt indigo. Has a lot more pigment in it than the Holbein. And back to Lurk. yeah, I mean, sausages are always tasty. Oh man, now I want to get some of those German sausages that they have at one specific supermarket here. Might have to get some of those. They're the ones, you know, the big ones with all the herbs in them. Might have to get some of that. Yes, yes. Those might be a little bit truer sausages than the like small regular ones I have. Mm. Looks like maybe True Sausage knows what Jet Shroom was talking about. Maybe, maybe. Okay, so those are fingers. This is chain. That's chain. But I mean, it's down there, so there's not too much of a highlight going on there. Oops. Oh, okay. I thought I hit this guy with my loaded brush. Get something more bluish here. Ooh, look at that. What is that? I don't even know what that color is, but originally what it was might have been, yeah, there's probably some ultramarine in there. Some ultramarine. There we go. Getting that chain looking chainy. There we go. So man, it's like old man talk, but it's gonna be March already. That's you know, for me, oh, for me, like it didn't really feel like February has passed because I was expecting a lot of cold. Because February tends to be the coldest month here in Japan, and I actually didn't get a lot of cold. It got pretty cold a few days. It got pretty cold, like my olive oil froze. You could see, you know, you could see your breath in some parts of the house inside because we don't need insulation here, of course. But we had some pretty nice days. Like the pictures there that I showed you of the plum blossoms, those were made on a day where it was like, I don't know in Fahrenheit, but it was like 20 degrees. What is it? Like probably more than 50, right? 60? 60s maybe? I don't want to say weird stuff, but it was pretty warm. It was like I actually got like a little burnt out by the sun. Like, you know, when you're walking under the sun the whole day and maybe the day after you're super exhausted. It was that. And I was like, wow, that didn't feel like winter at all. Let me add more highlights to that chain. I go back for that. It might actually be a good time for us to check on those eyes that he's got there and see if we can put some. Well, the big decision I have to make, speaking like Bob Ross, the big decision I have to make is, do I want eyes that have like a white you know, a white, or do I want something like red eyes? So this is gonna be the big decision. No, 13's around 100. Really? Wait. 35. Yeah, I'm not sure. I still have to, I mean, I have Celsius in Italy, we have Celsius here in Japan, so it's I know when you say like it's 70s or it's 90s, it's supposed to be pretty warm. So there's that, but that's as much as I learned. Okay, I had put a little bit too much white on there, so we're gonna go back on it. I just put a bit of blue back in it. So how is this looking? I think the scullies need a little bit in them. So let me think what kind of color we can put. They have a hint of yellowish skull color to them, but yeah, they might need a bit more love there. Oh, there's a piece of base there. Oh yeah, I know, Jetrum, you're in Australia too, so you don't need that stuff. Right. So let me take this brush over here. And, ooh, let me see. So what if, because I've been using a little bit of this yellow ochre here. So what if I mix it with the green that we put in the skin tones, but we make it a bit more, oh, if I can even, because that quick dry is pretty quick dry. Like it does deliver what it promises. It does make my paints dry a lot quicker, which is pretty cool. But if I end up using it more, I will have to learn about how much to use it on the palette, because if I want to use the same palette tomorrow, a lot of this stuff might be a little too dry to use, but that is pretty cool. So I'm just gonna put in a bit more of this greenish color here, just to bring out this, the scullies a bit more, right? We need those oh, look at that. Look at who just came in. Daka, Flaka, and even Flame. How are you doing? How are you doing? It's been a while. Well, it's been since my last stream, but as I was saying, I've been a little busy. I hope you're doing great, Daka. Nice to see you here. Yeah, Daka was here for the train wreck stream. Oh, tired and cold. Well, but I'm glad you're good. Well, let's do this. I'm gonna drink a little bit of plum liquor for you, so you will feel warmer by osmosis, right? So that's for you, Daka. Oh, that made you warmer already. Ah. But yeah, great to see you. And Daka, I believe, was in for this little funny stream that we had. That was a lot of fun, where we learned that, well, two things. Either the Megamo one-shot primer is not supposed to be brushed on, or the Japanese winter is way too dry to brush on primer on miniatures. So actually, Daka, you'll be happy to know that we've been back to airbrushing miniatures, and they are fine. They look fine. They don't look shiny at all. Airbrush is the way. So that's good. And yeah, so I think I will do a stream where I will save him. A Bulgarian roommate, speaking of alcohol, a roommate once who smuggled in a big bottle of some sort of plum liquor. Ooh, that might have been the Japanese one. It could have been. Maybe it was some Bulgarian stuff. That sounds good. So I think I want to do a stream where I save him. He is pretty much dry. He still feels tacky, but I just think it's because of the terrible primer that he's got on. But I think we can do a stream to turn him into, and I think it was Daka who came up with the term better cap, to turn this Eder cap into a better cap. And actually I thought right now we're gonna call him an Eder crap, and then when we do the next stream, he's gonna become a better cap. So that's that stream. You can see it as a highlight if you want to go laugh a little bit. You might want to do that, because it was a pretty fun sort of like train wreck kind of stream where we were just trying to figure out what happened, and we had a bunch of laughs, and it was a lot of fun. And Daka was in it. Eder crap, yeah, but your better cap I think is better. Yeah, Jestrum, I know it's I don't think there's any reason to get discouraged or anything when something weird happens. I just had a lot of fun just learning, and it was on stream, so it was even more fun because we were laughing at, like, I had to stop and laugh at how just impossible to paint that thing was. But we went for a good 4 hours because I was having so much fun, and it was actually a good learning experience. because up until now I have always assumed that the MIG ammo primer is basically the same as the Style Res primer, because we know that the people that make it in the US are basically they're made in the same place as where the Style Res is made. But it could be that the MIG ammo people told them, no, we want a recipe that is specifically for airbrush. And it is true that that it says on the package, best used with airbrush. So, you know, it's like a bad Stila, you should read. But so that was interesting. And I think, I want to say it was True Sausage. Maybe if he's like popping in and out, maybe if I can catch him next time, I'll ask him if it was him. But there was one person that was saying, no, I do brush it on and it's fine for me. But, you know, no, Daka, it was the MIG ammo. Whoops, that was not meant to happen. Sorry about that. I mean, I think it startled me more than it did you. But it was a MIG ammo. I tried to brush on the MIG ammo primer and it was basically, actually, look at this mini that I did. I just brushed it on stream to show people how, can you see the brush strokes? It was such a weird thing where the primer would dry while I'm trying to paint it on. Like, look at that. It's crazy. I don't think it's supposed to be brushed on, or it's too dry here in Japan in winter to be brushing it on, one or the other, or both. But it was such a fun thing. And Vallejo, yeah, Vallejo, it's gonna be shiny no matter what you do with it, unfortunately. But yeah. Daka, that could be it. That could be it. But you see, that's the thing. You know, Wapelius, he has Stynal Res, and he brushes it on all the time, and his stuff is super, super matte. So this is where the conundrum starts happening. So it's like, well, maybe it's the MIG ammo, but you have the same thing. Could it be the primer? Could it be the paints you used? Because you were saying that it could be that maybe you varnished them too early and now you've got some like uncured oil underneath the varnish. That could totally be. But definitely this guy, I believe he's wet, he's dry, because I don't think I can get any color off of him, but he feels like he's wet. He feels super tacky. So, oh, there's so much to be discovered here. I also was painting with cadmium red. Yeah, cadmium red is like, maybe next year it'll be dry. Maybe in 2023. And Daka, that's why I think, I mean, I showed it in the beginning, but that's why I picked this up. Oh my god, it's so heavy. I found a brand here in Tokyo that makes one-day dry oils. So I tried getting this, which is a monochrome tint cool, which is the little guy that you see over here. It basically looks like a very bright gray. I know it's hard to see. It's a kind of a gray because they didn't have the white, but it has actually all the colors that I mixed it with. They've been almost like drying on the palette already, so that's pretty cool. And I got this because I want to try to use a little bit less of the titanium white, because it really makes stuff dry very slowly. And titanium white and cadmium red, I think, are the two culprits there. But cadmium red is so good. So definitely there, it's possible. Again, I showed you this guy, right, Daka? I showed you this guy. This guy is mainly cadmium red and titanium white, the deadly combo. And I was gonna have to, I wanted to publish this one on Instagram for a color challenge, and I couldn't because after 3 weeks it was still wet. So I wouldn't be surprised that the cadmium red you used just took a whole bunch of time to dry, and it was not ready. It was not ready yet. but you know. There you go. So just putting some highlights up on these guys, getting them to pop out a little bit. Not steal the scene completely, but getting a little bit of a spotlight. A little bit. And then over there, I think I want to do a more pinkish highlight. I actually might even go over here and get like a, yeah, colder highlight to some of them. But why not? Yeah. See if I have oil under the varnish. You know, I'm not sure if oils will dry under the varnish because I've never tried. That could be a good question to ask, you know, when there's a bunch of oil painters around or on James's stream. I don't know if you would know. Like, it's something I've never done. I know that, you know, oils, you could put this mini in a sealed box and it'll still dry because it's not like, you know, it's not like acrylics that need air to dry. They just cure after a while. So it could be that just they could just cure, but I'm not sure because at the same time, the oils that are inside the tube, they don't cure. So it could be that you sort of block them from curing. It could be. I do not have the knowledge to answer to that. But that could be a very interesting experiment, Daka, to just share with the community. And see, like, I am the one that varnished miniatures when they weren't dry yet, and these are my results. So I'd be very curious to see what happened to those minis in like a week or two or whatever. You said it was pretty, I think it was a while ago because I remember the first time I saw them, it was quite a while ago, I believe. And they still feel tacky. It could be just maybe the like, do they just feel tacky? Or does like if you touch it, do you get paint on your finger? Because it might just be the way that they dry. They just dry tacky. It could be. Back in January. Wow. Titanium white, cadmium red, phthalo green, and carbon black is dry within 3 days. Oh wow. Yeah, Jetrum. Like I have no idea. There's so many factors to this, like brand difference. All kinds of things. Maybe even primer, for all we know. Maybe even primer. Definitely the amount of paint you put on a miniature. But I think, you know, the brands will have a lot to do with how quickly a miniature will dry, of course. I think these guys look pretty good for now. I wanted to see if we could put some eyes in there. Now, do we want him to have red eyes? I was almost thinking about giving him blue eyes, but oh, look at that. Look at that ear that is trying to escape my attention. Well, I have to darken it a bit first. We could just try and put in the white of the eye and then see how it goes from there. And if we don't like it, we can always just make them red. How about that? I think I'll do that. Let me see here. Yeah, that. Winsor & Newton. Wait. If I rub, I get a little bit of paint. Okay, so it sounds like they're still wet. Yeah, Duck, I don't know what to tell. And what brand is your cadmium red? Because that could be a thing. And Jetrum, unfortunately, I don't have any Winsor & Newton oils, but I know that that is what a lot of people use. And I know that, and I actually want to get a few of those because I found a shop that has them here in Japan. And I definitely want to try because I heard that they have actually a pretty different kind consistency than the oils I use. So I want to try getting a few of those Winsor Newton. So that'll be a cool thing. Like I can actually tell people, oh, okay, so I used a few different brands, used a few Japanese brands, and they are this different, or they are not different. So I'll actually, that's gonna be one of the next times that I can go into town and get some oils. I'm probably gonna grab some of the Winsor and Newton stuff and just compare them with the Holbein and the other stuff that I have. Some of the MIG oil brushers. Oh yeah, Daka, the oil brushers, I think they're pretty good for drying. Because they're nice and thinned and all that. But that's so interesting. And whoops, Daka, would you say that you used a lot of paints on the minis? Like, because that could be maybe if you pile a bunch of paint on it, it'll really, like with me, I think on that bust, I did put maybe a little bit more paint that was required, and that really showed in how long it took to freaking dry. I think it was still like partially wet when I finally was like, all right, you're getting pictured today, whether you want it or not. So Windsor Red Deep, which is cadmium, but they don't call it, so it might be, I see. Yeah, I mean, Daka, that could totally be a sign maybe that you were using a little bit of a little bit too much paint. I know I was in the beginning, and if I'm not careful, I will, like, it's really easy to use more paints sorry, than required. Yeah, so it could be that. It could also be the kind of cadmium, like you say. Okay, where is the eye here? I think it's there. There you go. Yeah, I think that second eye I did there, it might have gotten a little, like, I'm not sure. Maybe he's supposed to have in the model is supposed to have one eye a little bit less open than the other. No, I think it's just me not being able to spot it much. Because I'm usually, like when I paint by myself, I hold the miniature a lot closer to me. But yeah, that is surely a mystery, Daka. So let me see. Oh, and not to talk about the thinner. Like, what thinner were you using? Did you add any oil to your paints? Are you using an additive? Yeah, that too. Yeah, like Jetshroom says, like, were you thinning your oils? Were you using them from the tube? Oh, is that this one, Daka? Actually, is it this one? The Sansador from Winsor and Newton? 550 yen? Or 530? Yeah, that's it. Huh. I actually don't use it. I got it some time ago because I couldn't find a odorless thinner. Now I'm using this one and it seems to work okay, but I wouldn't be able to tell you whether that's Sansador. Maybe it's oil. Does it? What does it have in it? I think it's like, you know, secret for yeah, good luck. Secret formula or something. Yeah, I mean, it could be that this thing actually has oil in it and it's prolonging the time of drying. It could totally be. It could totally be. I mean, we could really open like an investigation, like an oil investigation company between like the bunch of us that are doing experiments. It's like, investigate what happened with your oils. Oh, Camden uses the Bob Ross. Yeah, I'd love to try the Bob Ross stuff. Do you use the Bob Ross oil, by the way? I would love to know people if they're using the Bob Ross oil kit, if it's good for miniatures or what. A bit of art spectrum out of a solvent, bit of parchment paper. Try to rub a little of the thinner in it until it stops looking chunky. Oh, the Mona Lisa stuff should be pretty good. Well, you know, Decca, I think the easiest thing you could do is to try and paint either another miniature or even just like a little test piece and paint it with very little paint. Like, I mean, you've seen my streams, you see how much I clean my brush after after getting the paint. Minimum amount of paint goes on the miniature, and as soon as it starts looking any kind of muddy, we stop and we get back to it later. So that could be maybe your first line of defense there. Just try and put less, because maybe it could just be the combo of you used a paint that normally takes a bunch of time to dry, and maybe you used a bunch of it like I did with a bust, and maybe it just took forever to dry. You could also try and look up like whether there's any review or anybody talking about that Sansodor. Like, you know, does Winsor & Newton Sansodor prolong the time of drying of oil, something like that? There might be some information about it out there. There could be. Oh, so many things to try. Well, he's not looking too bad, is he? He didn't have any paint on him 5 hours ago, so I like that. I just saw a little spot actually that I wanted to fix underneath here with the hair. There you go. He's looking pretty nice. So, Mona Lisa is good. Yeah. I think the Mona Lisa is like the most recommended one. I want to try some more times. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Daka, like you have our support. You gotta let us know how it goes because I'm really curious about that stuff. And the more it's really cool because the more people try stuff, the more information we have, and the more everybody gets better, like the better everybody gets at painting because we have all of this feedback from other people. There are so many like use cases for these things. So here's a little bit for your experiments there. There you go. Candon is saying that Gamsol and Sansador do extend the drying time. You could have made like the perfect, oh my God, Daka, you made the everlasting oil. You made the everlasting oil, the miniature that you can paint forever. You made, that might be a thing. You might have invented the everlasting oil combo. Cadmium red, Sansodor, a lot of paint. That could have been. Let's see. I have to get some of the Mona Lisa. There you go. I know another one is the if you have access to Megamo products, I do believe they have an odorless thinner for oils and enamels. So that is also could be an option. If you had more access to that, I kind of wanted to get myself one as well next time I get next time I need to get some some primer. Sorry. I've been blacking out a bit with words, but I have also been working like more than 12 hours yesterday, so do forgive me for that. I am worse than usually. There were devils I was painting and they're torturing me. Yeah, it's just evil miniatures. A lot of stuff is hard to get shipped to. Ooh, Alaska. Oh, yeah, Duck, I hear you. You're talking to the one that can't get anything off of Dick Blick because she's in Japan, so I can't get anything here because my country is considered far. But yeah, that's a shame. But I hope you can get some stuff. Hope you can get some stuff there. As okay, what was I doing here? Okay, let's do a little bit of a wash. We haven't done an oil wash yet. And what is an oil painted miniature without a little bit of that oil wash? All right. So guys, how do you feel about a 12-hour stream? I mean, I know most of you wouldn't probably be there for all the 12 hours, but I have a big miniature in mind, like something really big for it, which I think will be probably be a lot of fun. But I think it'd be fun. Like I'll start like as soon as I can in the morning, and then maybe even have breakfast on stream with lunch, and we'll just like keep going. It sounds like a fun thing. I kind of, you know, I put it on because I thought it's always good to have some sort of like extra, it's not prize, but like kind of like, you know, people are following you and giving you the subs and the stuff, and you know, they don't have to, but even if they do it because they want to, it's always good to, I feel, to kind of like give back some of that love and be like, all right, because I got so many people following me, I am just going to be on stream for 12 hours straight. And I know it's not even a special thing for some people, because people like Avocado Kids, they do that every other day. They just, their normal streams are 12 hours. But it would be a pretty special thing for me. So, oh, Candon is there with all the information. Thank you, Candon, for dropping the knowledge there. Wow, now I'm kind of glad I didn't use it too much. We'll just have to say the Sansador. Yeah, I mean, it's at least for me, it wasn't too expensive. I was desperately trying to find something comparable to that Mona Lisa, but I did look up the description, like paper for the Mona Lisa, and apparently Mona Lisa is also petroleum based. I think most of these things are petroleum based, apart from the turpentine, which is like a tree resin base or something like that. But yeah. So, Daka, I really hope you can find something over there in Alaska that can help you paint. But well, it really sounds like it might have been a combination of the cadmium red and the Sansodor there that just like the cadmium red already. I told you my mini was still wet after like 2 weeks. So if you add the Sansodor in there, it'd be like, it sounds like it could easily get up to a month. Sounds like that could be the mystery solved right there. Thanks to our beautiful chat community. Ah, area being hard, get petroleum distillate. Yeah, I guess it's pretty ironic, Candon. Yes, Daka, I was reading a bit up on that because I was trying to figure out. It's a little frustrating because every single country, like they have different ways of calling the white spirits and the turpentine, and sometimes turpentine is called like spirits of turpentine, so it's even more confusing. So I was trying to read up on that, and I was actually surprised to know that turpentine is actually made from, like you said, from basically trees. But apparently that one's not good for, like you shouldn't be using that. I'm not sure why, but I just hear that that's not the one you should be using for the oil thinning there. That's a shame because they have plenty of that here. But I never bought it, I never used it. We're adding some of that wash, like I basically mixed some indigo and some Van Dyke Brown. So we're making a darker, we're basically making a darker gray. A lot of the base for this guy is made by indigo and burnt umber, which is a lighter brown than the Van Dyke brown. So by using the Van Dyke brown, I'm just made like a darker gray or something like that. So Adaka, can you make an order from, I know Dick Blick is the one that a lot of people order, or things like if you have Amazon, can you order a lot of things from Amazon and they'll get there, or are there just some things that specifically for Alaska they can't be shipped because of the dangerous thing you said? It kind of reminds me of like here in Japan, they'll have Okinawa always has like separate shipping costs or stuff like that, which is a bummer for people living there. But man, they get the good weather. So I guess that's fine. There we go. Let's see here if we can get a bit of maybe separation or put a bit more darks in there where we maybe might have put a little bit too much light in a few places. And then we could probably put a bit of highlights up on his attire here. There we go. Also, of course, if anybody has ever painted drow skin or gray skin in general, do let me know how you did it. If you did it any similar to this, I would be really curious. Let's see. Can get some Amazon stuff, but not others. Oh wow, Candon is actually an expert in that stuff. Hehe. Yeah, I'm sure there are different areas in Alaska. That's so cool, getting people from all over the place, and you never know what kind of like things people are expert of, what kind of things people work in. It's always like a nice mix, I feel. Oh yeah, the ear. We wanted to put something here in the ear, so yeah, now we got a little bit of that separation in there. I'm liking the eyes. I want a little bit of separation for where the scalp is a little bit. I want to add a bit of thinner though, because when you put a drop down like that and it doesn't go anywhere, might be that you have to add a little bit of thinner for it to actually swim around. So let me do just that. The best, like the good thinner consistency is when you put it down like that and it just moves, it just travels through the crevices. There we go. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Candle, that sounds like, oh wait, sorry, I missed a couple of messages. Drove there, starting canine, drove all the way up to Dead Horse. Is that like, I'm guessing it must be some like pretty like barren, very isolated places, because that sounds pretty cool. Yukon River, that sounds like Kenai, Yukon, that sounds very Japanese. Is there a connection language-wise? I wonder. Completely unrelated. I'm always thinking about languages, but even like some Finnish words sound like they could be Japanese, which is really funny. I do hope to visit UK. Yeah. I know, Dhaka. It is a long way to travel on the other side of the world, but most of the time it is actually worth it. It is actually worth it. One thing I would love to try once is doing one of those long flights, for example, you know, getting back to Europe from from Japan, but doing it in first class, which is something I'll never do. But I'd love to just try and see if it does feel like so much better, or if you just end up being bored and uncomfortable anyway. I'd be really curious to try that. Where else do we need? Oh, I just saw something. Hey, Melissa! Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome, welcome to the Brush Brigands, as I just found a little pesky bit of hair up here that still has a primer on, so we're just gonna, boom, put some paint in there. I hope you're doing good, Melissa. Thank you so much for joining the crew here. We're painting a little bit of Drow skin today. I hope it is to your liking, and I hope you're having a good day. There we go. Where am I? Here. We're also talking about Alaska in this particular precise moment. And oils. And petroleum, I guess. Oh man, Lazar, I know. 14 away, is it? Oh. I'm gonna have to do that stream pretty soon, aren't I? How am I gonna find a day for that? Oh no. Oh, Camden, man, now you wanna make me, they're making me want to try it, but I mean, it's a lot of money. Thank you, Melissa, thank you. Do you paint yourself too? You feel free to let us know if you are a fellow painter or hobbyist of any kind. I was just, where's my brush gone? I was just putting some oil wash into our miniature here. I'm just checking for places that maybe needed a little bit of darkening down. I think we might be almost done with that. And we've been painting him for about 5.5 hours almost. And he's looking pretty good. I think what I want to do next is going to be here on his attire. We're going to put a little bit of like a few highlights, but since I just put some washes on there, I will let them rest for just a couple of minutes. Let me see here on the neck bones over here. Just getting that, making sure that everything is nice and smooth, because we love our smoothness. We cannot live without our smoothness. And I actually want to fix that eye there a little bit. But you know what? First I'm just gonna put some more white in it, because it doesn't have enough color. So we're gonna do that. Oh, Candle, that's so lucky. I always hope for it. Never, yeah, that you just said what I wanted, what I basically was saying. That's there's such a low percentage of that happening. But my aunt got upgraded for free once. She had to fly to the US a lot because her son, my cousin, lived there up in Washington, I believe. So, and one time she got upgraded for free, and I'm like, why doesn't that happen to me? Time I travel East Coast to US. I mean, yeah, Kendall, you should totally travel over to the Europe area one day. Like, it's cool too, because like if you go to the UK, you just, if visa is not a problem, just hop over to the rest of Europe, right? It's so close, especially from the point of view of an American. It must be look like you can walk over there. I think there was even a joke in one of those like American comedy movies where they're like they have to go to Europe from a country to another, like something like from France to Germany or something, and this guy's like, ah, what's the problem? We're gonna swim there. Everything's so close. I was like, yeah, well, not quite, but all right. Melissa's doing traditional portraits, but looking to expand. Ooh, well, first of all, traditional portraits sounds super cool. In oils are you doing them or other means? I am curious. I have seen some pretty cool watercolor portraits. There was one that I got inspired from a beautiful watercolor where I got the inspiration for all the skin tones that I put in this girl. But I can't show it on Twitch because it's not safe for work. It's a bunch of naked guys. But do let me know. I'm curious. Okay. Okay. Oh, cut up the chat. There you go. Let's put in some darkness back in those eyes, actually. Because just with the eyes is just a game of going back and forth and getting those boundaries taken care of, because sometimes you'll paint in the white and it won't be enough, so you have to go back in, but then you paint out of the boundary. So I'm looking at it. Right now I'm undecided between red eyes and like blue eyes, like this color, to just do like a bit of contrast. I would go with blue eyes if it wasn't that it might be a little hard for them to pop out in such a small mini, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Oh, let me put, I had my tiny brush over here. I wanted to put a little bit of highlights on those nips. Charcoal or pencils. Oh, those are so cool. The like the monochrome drawings. I love them. That's actually the only means that I've tried drawing with, pencils. And charcoal looks amazing. So are you looking to maybe paint some miniatures? That would be fun. Customs, okay. Ooh, yes, Melissa, this is 3D printed. You are correct. Right, the details are really cool. I was just saying how good of a print this is. We have a few more that we're gonna paint in the future. We have, they look a little washed out because of the primer that's on them, but this is a Banshee. I can do this for you real quick, actually. Whoops. Sorry. Better not. This is a Banshee, and we've got this beautiful fish guy, which is like an anglerfish type of thing, which is going to be a great object source lighting for that little thingy with a crazy looking weapon. And then on another stream, we're probably going to paint this guy, which is looking a little rough because he's not primed, but he's actually quite smooth. It's just the cleaning that makes it look like that. This is a frost giant, which is really, really badass looking. Never mind the hole he's got on the head. It's actually filled in and quite smooth. But we did a little bit of basing as well. So they're all 3D printed. Jetroom. Yeah, I can relate with that. I can totally relate with that. Or maybe that you find yourself holding a miniature and you're like, what, where, when did I pick this up? I do not recall. I do not recall. So well, I kind of have to drink to that, Jetroom. Kind of have to drink to that with my plum liquor, which is literally just burning through my dry throat, but I'm enjoying it, damn it. There you go. Oh, Melissa, I do get the miniatures printed for me, so like that's how I get them. And the priming I don't really stream because I prime them using an airbrush, so I have a whole different setup and it's all like weird, and once they're primed they have to sit for like a day or at least a couple of hours. So, and you're actually the first one that asks about that. I've always thought it wasn't a very fun process to watch, but yeah, I know that there are people that are able to stream their airbrushing. So yeah. Jetrum, one of us, one of us. I know, right? I get that too when there's someone on stream and they're having a beer. It's like, why am I watching people drink? It's such a torture. So I'm just trying here to get, it's really tiny, but I want to get a little bit of that definition on the nips. So when I get like the little thingy there, but I think also I need to put in that the darker line underneath it, right? Watching someone just get super overly detailed on a nipple. If you like that kind of stuff, that this is a stream for you. There you go. I mean, I hope these are fine, right? They're male. I mean, well, don't say anything. It's all good. It's all good. He's dressed. He's fine. It's body painting. It's body painting. He's just make sure you let me know what you're joining me with. And look at that, Kendon. Hopefully Prime does cover it. Hopefully it does. I don't know, always make sure you look maybe for some alternative means of like alternative sites. You never know. Maybe something that's not Amazon. Sometimes you might be surprised at the shipping offers that are out there. So just, I know this is a little hard to see, but I am putting a little bit of definition in that who shall not be named there. There we go. Hey, hey, I like that. Okay. Ooh, that sounds good, Jetrum. Always pay attention to your booze. Come on. That sounds really good. That sounds worthy of joining the Brush Brigands drinking night. I mean, it's pretty good for me. Like, even if I drink while I'm painting, it's so, like, I'll have a sip every, like, half hour or so. So there is not really many chances for me to get any close to being drunk, which is good when you're painting. It's more for the enjoyment. When you get to my age, you'll actually stop drinking to get drunk and more for because you like what you're drinking. Maybe. There you go. Look at those. Look at those. Like, how close can I get? Let me see. Whoa. I think this is as close as I can get. Ah? Ah, you wish you had nips like that. There you go. I mean, I might sound drunk, but that's just because I'm silly. Okay, let me just get back that focus to the nice point where it was before. So yeah, Melissa, this is where this is the cove of madness that you have joined, and if you like this kind of stuff, you might want to get into mini painting, but be careful, because you might become as crazy as we are. Okay, what are we doing next? May do a little bit of blending as I find little spots that need more smoothness, and maybe catch up with chat, I think. Oh, but Jetrum, you know, it's a stream. These things don't matter. You're as old as you feel. Like, some days I feel more 17, some days I feel more 45. I think that it should be like that. Oh yes, I was going to do a little bit of that leather. So I like the reddish tone that the leather has, but I think it does need a little bit of highlighting and definition. So still with our cadmium red, I think we're gonna do it a little bit on the, yeah, we can highlight in a more orangey kind of color. So I did use cadmium red, yellow ochre, and a bit of this lemon yellow pale to get this orangey kind of color going on. And we'll see if it is light enough. Oh god, I'm 82. Well, you know, it didn't necessarily need to be an inspirational quote. I think it's more like a truthful quote than an inspirational one. But you know, there are those days, right? Where you know, you wake up and your back hurts, and then you get excited because you bought, I don't know, a new vacuum cleaner. And you're like, wow, am I old? Is this what it is to be old? But then you paint some miniatures and you spend 15 minutes painting some Drow's nipples, and then you have some nice plum liquor talking to people, and you're like, okay, so maybe I'm not that old. Maybe I can still have fun. But I think we were saying that before too. That's why it's really important to have fun, like to do the right things at the right age. Like, because I had my fun when I was younger, I can appreciate having, like, you know, I don't know, enjoying like an expensive beer on a couch watching a movie or something when I'm older. Or I can enjoy, I don't know, doing some crocheting, something that would feel like super old and boring, but I am not feeling like I missed on anything because I did stuff when I felt like I wanted to do it. Does this make any sense? Maybe not, but you know, those days every day. When you bar a restaurant and you hear 20-year-olds talking that. Yeah, Kendon, I think that's a really good point. Or when you watch, like, I don't know, I think I was talking to someone earlier today, and we're talking about this meme that was on Reddit, how like it was something about that meme of the potion seller and the guy that goes to the potion seller and he's like, potion seller, I need your strongest potions. And it was a thing on Reddit, right? But it doesn't matter what it was just one of those memes. And I'm like, wow, if like a boomer, sorry for any boomer, but I'm thinking, like, you know, my parents, if my parents went on Reddit, they would have no idea what's going on. And then I thought, if I go on TikTok, I would have no idea what's going on. So, and like sometimes I talk to my little brother and I'm like, yeah, I'm not following you there. So I think it's just a rite of passage. They're like, I don't feel bad because I know that those people that are young now will get old and will have the same exact experience that I'm having. So that's good. And that's good anyway because they suck and I'm cool. So it's actually a really hard thing to talk about, not knowing what age the listening audience is, because it's really hard to do an example there, but you know. I mean, if you want a more like out of time example, I was talking to my grandpa ages ago, and he loved singing. He would just like sit down sometimes and just start singing these old folk songs that say stuff like, you know, oh, I might just ask you to marry me, your hair is so fair and beautiful, stuff like that. And he's like, you know, my parents didn't want me to sing this song because they thought they were too frivolous. And it's like, wow, so it's just a circle that repeats, right? No, we put a little bit of highlight in there. I'm not convinced yet. I think I might want even a bit more, just trying to decide the color. Do I want it more red? I don't think so. I do not think so, but I might put a bit more reds in the... Yes, let's do that. Let's also finish the sentence. I'm gonna put more reds in the mid-tones, actually. God, that cadmium red, you think you got just a little bit, and then it eats all of your other paints that you're using. Like this red and a bit of purple in there. It's a battle between the cadmium red and the dioxazine purple. Yeah, that dark red, that's what I wanted. I think I want to put some red back into these things. Let's see. I used to be with it, but yeah, but then they changed what it was. Now that yeah, exactly. I know that quote. That's great. That's great. Jetroom, I should have just gone with that quote. You infinite sage. Why didn't I just go with Simpsons quotes? Why did I try to make my own quotes? But yeah, you get it. You get it. I think more than feeling bad for not getting it is more, I feel bad at the idea that someone might feel about me the same way I felt about adults when I was younger. But man, we're getting deep here. We're getting deep. How about we think a bit more about painting this butt? That's fun. That's fun and frivolous and not, you know, and not depressing. There we go. Let's put some reds back in there. That's what matters. Putting some reds back in our miniature. Let's see here. Oh wow, it's almost 9 already. What? The last time I looked at the clock, it was 5. What the heck? Well, we don't have like too much here to finish with this guy. I think the eyes I wanna let him sit for a night anyway. I do like painting the eyes like the day after, because there's less chances for, you know, in such a small area, sorry, for the colors to just like get all blended when I don't want them to. So I think we're gonna do that, but let's go on a little bit more, because I haven't been streaming in such a long time. Yeah, Candle, that's a pretty safe bet, I think. Not to say that there will... I mean, there's a lot of people with face cams out there, so you can kind of tell. And not everybody is silent about their age. So yeah, I think we're probably, most of us are in the same area there. Well, there might be a few that are maybe over 40. Like the more like veteran type of people. Might be a few of those. There you go. I mean, I've never been super obsessed about hiding my age or anything. I can tell you I'm over 30. It's not like I don't know. So for some people, it almost feels like disclosing their age makes them older or something. It's just like, it's age. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. I've had a lot of people here in Japan that told me I look younger, which is odd because I think Japanese people look younger because they're so like smooth and they have such an like an innocent looking features, especially men, and they do age quite well. I've seen like old ladies just like walk around. I've seen old people climb mountains. Old people here are pretty crazy. I don't know if it's all the I don't know, the fermented soy sauce they eat or whatever it is that they have, but pretty crazy. Daka, I know. It's like in my head, like the year 2000s and on is just, it just happened. Like knowing that people that were born in the year 2000 are 20 years old can vote and drink is really weird. Jetrum has been productive. Look at that. All right, Jetrums, thanks so much for coming in. It's always a pleasure to have you. You have some good night, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow because I think I'm gonna stream tomorrow as well. Oh well, Kendom, thank you for that. I mean, I've been told that, and there is the whole thing about people that are, you know, we have a food culture, so if you compare it maybe to other countries that have worse food culture, for example, the women in other countries will tend to maybe just after 25 they'll go like poop and they'll become like that nice pear shape. And I've seen a lot of Italian women that even after 40 or 50 they look pretty nice. And I mean, my mom looks awesome. She's 60 and she's looking great. She's super thin and beautiful, but she's my mama as well. But I think food culture has a lot to do with it, and both Italy and Japan are places with a very good food culture. I should keep painting, shouldn't I? But of course, I mean, Italy is not immune to junk food and you know, and poor diet and all that stuff. You know, with the whole like modern age, people having less time to cook, big cities and all that. I'm sure there's you know, there's a lot of people that might be less healthy than what an Italian passport should grant. But I think, what is it? This might be old data, but I thought I read once that actually England has a worse percentage of obesity than America. I wouldn't be surprised. Their diet's pretty. I'm sorry if there's any English people, but your food culture is a little. And I love. I'm talking as someone who does love the full English. I love fish and chips. I love British stuff. But you should go a little easy with it. Okay. I just saw something that was a little too bright and it shouldn't be. That's the left leg there. Here we go. I was a kid. 16 super long ago. I know. How does that feel, right, Daka? Then that the 90s are kind of like the 60s for us when we were in the 90s. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, Candon. It's not. It's just. I guess it's just a fact. But of course, you know, you can be from any country, and it's you who has to decide how much you know, conscious you want to be. Of course, it's harder if your whole culture tells you that it's okay to eat certain things and all that. And definitely, even within Italy, we'll have regions that have like a healthier diet, and regions like the South is renowned for being very like food loving. And if you go down south, you'll find a lot more people that are maybe not obese, but they're nice and full because they just love eating down there. We love eating in the whole country, but culturally, I feel like the South is a little bit more on the food. Like I remember, actually, I come from one of the northern regions where my regions are actually more known for for drinking problems. But I remember I went down south on a vacation once, and I met some people, and I was like, "Hey, let's go for a drink," and they literally responded, "What? Without eating?" Like they didn't even know what I was talking about. And sometimes it felt like being in another country, going from north to south. And I think that's beautiful because that's so much fun, even within the same country. And I'm sure a lot of people have it in their own. I mean, the US is huge, like northern, southern, like, I don't know, Germany, even England. I know that England has all of those dialects and the different people. I was reading some books where they really show you how like people are kind of different depending on the area. I think it's really cool. Potato and cauliflower soup. Oh, that sounds great, Daka. That does sound great. Getting a little hungry here. Partly thanks to you. That does sound pretty good. I love cauliflower and potatoes. I've been making a lot of oven-baked vegetables lately. They're so good. You just put them in the oven. With just a little bit of oil, salt, and pepper, and you're good. Let's see. So, got this. Oops, didn't want to do that. I was just trying to get a little bit more highlights up on that thing. Might want to do... No. Let me think. Let me think. Bit of white. Almost pink. Who knows? Let's just mix a whole bunch. Just want to get like those little studs that are there. Oh, there you go. That's what I was talking about. And you don't want it. Sorry, I'm just trying to pick out these little studs. I don't mean to talk to myself, but there, I think you can see them. He's got these studs that are keeping his attire in place. And I just wanted to pick them out a little bit so you could see them a bit better. There you go. Aren't you awesome when you cooperate? It's a little bit here. There you go. Oh, that is so much better. So much better. Baked cauliflower, yes, it's really good. Cauliflower, broccoli. Do you want to know a really interesting fact that you might already know? Do you know the movie Up? No, Up, sorry. The movie, oh my God, Inside Out? There's a scene in that movie, cartoon, whatever it is, where there's like a scene where the little protagonist girl is made to eat broccoli and she hates it. Well, they actually changed that scene in Japanese. They changed it to like the green peppers because broccoli is actually a thing that people like here. It's not, it's more of like a, not a fancy, but one of the better, like they consider it like really good. And those green peppers, they're kind of like, they're cheaper here. So I think it's kind of like what moms get a lot more. So they changed it just to adapt it to the culture here, which is really funny. Really funny. I like both. So love of food is so neatly as awesome as a visitor. Oh yeah, like the little like home-owned restaurants. Yeah, I mean, it can be, if you're not used to that kind of stuff, it can be pretty intense because you think lunch, okay, we're just gonna go in, eat and get out. No, you're there for the day. You're there for the day, my friend. Like, you're gonna go away at night. You're just gonna go there, especially if you're at someone's house as a guest. You're booked for the day, and if you stay long enough after lunch, they're just gonna start making dinner. I forget sometimes how intense it can get, but I mean, if you ever get invited to an Italian wedding, you probably gotta do a little bit of training because that is literally all day eating. Like you do a little bit of a break every once in a while to have a drink and then back to eating. But you see, the important thing is that that is not the norm. That is the special occasion kind of thing. And it's not that you have a 15-course meal every time, or at least you shouldn't. Like my mom always made sure that we always had a meal at the same time with a nice like first course and either like, you know, like full, like, but to get all of the nutrients and all that. But it wasn't like a huge meal, just a very complete meal. I was shocked when I went to visit some distant relatives in Australia, and it's like this big family with like 5 kids, and like I went there and then we were having dinner. The mom was preparing dinner, and when it was ready, people just went there with a plate. They got whatever they needed, and then one went to the room, one went to the couch, and they just brought the dinner wherever. And I'm like, wait, we're not eating at a table together? What? It was such a culture shock back then, and now I do it too because it's, you know. But green bell peppers, yeah, the tiny ones. I think they're bell peppers, like they're called piman here. Not the spicy ones, they're just like little bell peppers. I think it's generally the health difference. Yeah, exactly, Candon. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, we're known Italians, even not always in a good way, but we're known to be the ones that are like super attached to their family, the ones where when everybody goes out, like as soon as you're 18, you get out of the house. We've got the mummies, boys and girls that stay with the family until they're like 35. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but we're known for being a lot. It's a lot harder for us to get away from the family, and I always get sad at Christmas when I can't go back. All right. Well, I actually don't mind how the leather turned out with a little bit of that those highlights. I think it sells it. And then we have this part here that I was just recently looking at some leather pictures, and it looks like when it's bent like that, it's got like lighter parts in like the middle, like this one, and then it'll get darker in the corners. So I was kind of trying to do that, and I think it's looking pretty good. I might do a little bit more here just because I want to treat you to some more butt, but there we go. There you go. Look at that. He works out. He works out. There you go. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you. I'm really glad. I think we got him in a pretty nice spot in these 6 hours. Wow, 6 hours. That sounds pretty good. Well, I'm glad we got a little bit more time together because I was really missing streaming. And well, I think we can go on him tomorrow, and we'll have it finished. We might even start another miniature after him because just gotta do a little bit more on the base and the eyes. If we wanted to give him some tattoos and some freehands, we could do that totally. And then he's done. He is pretty good looking. I am pretty glad. Oh, thank you, Kendon. Thank you. I think I wanna do a little bit more on the base, but like you said, the gentle OSL does that little bit of that. Again, I was looking at this image here, and I really like the contrast of the blue skin, blue-gray skin with this color. So that's kind of what I took the inspiration from there for the color contrast. I felt like if it was just like a guy with gray skin on base, it might be a little uninteresting. So, oh, I'm glad you like it. And I kind of like the nipples because we got so much detail on them. I will be sure to include a close-up when I actually take pictures of him. Wow, let me do this real quick because I know I'm gonna forget it. There's a point that looks too bright here that I don't like. Let's bring this down. Okay. There we go. Well, he's looking pretty good. And you know what? I think we might be done for today. Oh man, you have no idea how happy to be able to stream today because I've been missing it. Oh, I've been missing you guys. So let's see. Let's see if there's anybody online. What do you guys say? What do you guys say? I hope you guys have a great rest of the day. Oh, we got an Avocado Kids or Thober Studio. Oh, Chris P. I don't think we ever rated Crispy. Oh, I think I want to rate Crispy. Guys, let's see. Yeah, he's painting. Oh, is he painting Dragon Ball stuff that he was painting when I went to see him? Oh, that's really cool. And Crispy has been in his stream, and I have been in his stream, but I don't think I've ever been able to raid him. Thank you, Daka, coming in. Thank you for coming in. I hope you come in for when we do the fixing of the Eder crap there. Let me start that raid. There you go. You guys all join in. But thanks so much for everyone, and I think we got a few subscription today. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna see you on the other side. Let's go Crispy. So comments about gray skin, it's a lot of fun and it has a lot of colors in it. I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. We used a bunch of blues, a bunch of purple, a bunch of yellows. So gray skin, lots of fun. Always love doing that kind of stuff. All right, guys, let's get over and I'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Bye-bye.